Our most powerful fat incinerator ever to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text ALL to 321321. That's all to 321321.
Brian loves the outdoors, and then one day his knees told him no.
I did have to stop hiking and skiing.
Diagnosis? Arthritis.
I went to my doctor now, and he wanted to replace my hips, and I did not want that to happen.
That's when Brian learned about stem cell therapy and went to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine.
I researched it. You know, you hear you talking on the radio, and it worked.
How long did it take to work?
Within 3 days, I could do squats. I could walk downstairs.
And just 4 months after that,
I went skiing yesterday at Crystal Mountain. We skied most of the day with no pain whatsoever on my knee.
So, does he recommend this to others?
I've recommended so many people, I just can't remember.
Sounds like he does. So before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
Glad you're with us in the midst of dangerous flooding in southwest Pennsylvania. One man's courageous actions turned a terrifying moment into a powerful story of heroism. SunnySkies.com says Ethan Todd is being recognized for his bravery after he rescued two women trapped in their vehicle as floodwaters surged around them in Somerset County, Pennsylvania, 75 miles southeast of Pittsburgh. The dramatic rescue was captured on camera by his girlfriend, Lauren St. Clair. She said the couple came across the submerged vehicle during Tuesday's afternoon floods. Todd rushed into the fast-moving water, safely reached the stranded vehicle, and carried both women to dry ground, one by one on his back. Then he waded back into the water to retrieve the women's purses, making sure they didn't lose their belongings in the chaos. That'll do it for this hour. For Nicole Murray and Mike Gavin, I'm Gordon Deal. Thanks for listening to This Morning, America's First News.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to Robert. Robert, why did you call First Mark Insurance?
I heard an ad, and my wife and I had just got our policy renewals from our previous provider, and everything had gone up quite a bit, 30-40%, so I thought I'd give it a try. It was a pleasant experience, very easy. It only took a couple of days to get the good news back.
And were they able to save you money?
Yeah, we were able to save well over $1,000. Not only did we save money, our agent found that we had some gaps in coverage, and they were able to not only save money, but improve our coverage.
Well, now you can be a good friend, and you can tell everybody about it.
Well, I have. I've, in fact, passed it on to a couple of my good friends, and they're taking the challenge as well. So it's been great.
Robert did it. My family did it. Now you got to do it, and it's totally free. Go take the First Mark Challenge today. See how much they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you could be our next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. First Mark Insurance.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio. KIRO FM and HD1. Tacoma, Seattle. Northwest News.
Next best chance for peace.
I just hope that Russia and Ukraine are able to do something.
Supreme Court considers birthright citizenship.
It won't tell us whether President Trump is right or wrong on that issue.
Texas sizzler.
It's so hard to find things to do when it's so hot.
Good morning. I'm Steve Kathan. With the CBS World News Roundup, Ukraine's President Zelensky says Vladimir Putin has sent a dummy Russian delegation to war talks in Istanbul, Turkey. Russia called Zelensky a loser and a clown. Zelensky is in Istanbul, and his challenge for Putin to go there, too, went unanswered. President Trump isn't surprised.
I actually said, why would he go if I'm not going? Because I wasn't going to go.
Secretary of State Rubio is in Turkey.
There is no military solution to the Russia-Ukraine conflict. This war is going to end not through a military solution, but through a diplomatic one.
Well, CBS's Nancy Cordes has the latest on President Trump's Middle East trip.
At a breakfast in Doha this morning, Trump floated a new plan for war-torn Gaza, which he once proposed turning into a resort.
I have concepts for Gaza that I think are very good. Make it a freedom zone. Let the United States get involved.
Leaders here in Qatar have hailed Trump with an elaborate welcome and lavish state dinner. In an interview, Qatar's prime minister defended his country's offer of a free luxury jumbo jet for Trump to use as Air Force One. Qatar's new deal with the Trump family has also drawn scrutiny. A 200-acre luxury golf resort outside Doha to be built by a government-owned developer.
The U.S. Supreme Court hears arguments today on 3 cases that involve the Trump order that looks to end birthright citizenship. Here's CBS's Jan Crawford.
Judges across the country are rejecting President Trump's efforts to end automatic birthright citizenship. 3 of those judges applying their rulings nationwide. President Trump has blasted those decisions, calling on the Supreme Court to act. Juan Perano, head of the nation's largest Hispanic civil rights organization, disagrees.
You're going to have lawsuits effectively filed in every single state. It's going to tie up the courts, and individuals may lose their protections under the Constitution if that happens.
The Obama and Biden administrations opposed national injunctions, arguing judges in conservative states like Texas, where opponents chose to file lawsuits, were dictating national policy. Now the shoe is on the other foot.
Now to Texas, CBS's Omar Villafranca is covering the stifling triple-digit heat wave.
Across large parts of Texas, everyone is focused on one thing: staying cool.
It's so hard to find things to do when it's so hot.
For much of this week, triple-digit heat from Eagle Pass to Austin, with temperatures surpassing 110 degrees in some places. George Perez of San Antonio Metro Health told us the city has converted many libraries into cooling centers.
For one, they can come in and get some cool water. That's one thing we really have to worry about is the dehydration.
The National Weather Service says this is one of the most severe May heat waves the region has ever seen. Experts warn that the human body is not well equipped to handle such a dramatic rise in temperatures so early in the year.
Also in Texas, CBS's Janet Shamlian tells us a mother is charged with providing her son the equipment needed to carry out an alleged attack plan at his middle school.
Parents at San Antonio's Rhodes Middle School are asking why Ashley Rosalindo Pardo would allegedly provide her son with everything he needed to carry out a potential lethal attack on his classmates. The boy, according to police, allegedly showed up at school Monday wearing a mask, camouflage jacket, and tactical pants, all provided by his mother, but then left shortly after. He was later arrested off campus. Police say the boy's grandmother reported him to law enforcement earlier in the day. According to an affidavit, she said she found him on Sunday hitting a live bullet with a hammer. He allegedly told her his mom gave him the ammunition and also bought him tactical gear. Investigators say before leaving for school, the child told his grandmother he was going to be famous. Later that morning, she alleges she searched his room, finding ammunition and an improvised explosive device. Police say they've been aware of the boy since January, when school staff caught him with drawings that included a map of the school labeled Suicide Route. But when investigators questioned his mother, according to the affidavit, she did not feel concern for his behavior, later admitting she purchased her son's supplies, including ammo, in exchange for babysitting his younger siblings.
Dick's Sporting Goods says it's buying the struggling footwear chain Foot Locker for about $2.4 billion. It's 5 minutes after the hour.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
What is dedication? The thing that drives me every day as a dad is Dariana. We call him Day for short. Every day he's hungry for something, whether it's attention, affection, knowledge. And there's this huge responsibility in making sure that when he's no longer under my wing, that he's a good person. I think the advice I would give is you don't need to know all the answers. The craziest thing was believing that your dad knew everything. So as a dad, you felt like you had to know everything. You had to get everything right. It's okay to make mistakes. As long as it's coming from love, then, it kind of starts to work itself out. I want him to be able to sit back one day and go, we worked together, we did a good job.
That's dedication. Find out more at fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
In a second day of testimony at the Sean Combs sex trafficking trial, ex-girlfriend Cassie Ventura said the music mogul kept her in a cycle of abuse and exploitation, alleging that Combs threatened to release videos of her encounters with male sex workers. CBS's Jerika Duncan.
She said during that time she was forced to be in a hotel for about a week, and she couldn't leave. She said, I wanted to go home. I told Sean I wanted to go home, as she refers to him in court. I told some of his handlers I wanted to go home, but they said I had to stay there. So you have that as a potential element that prosecutors will look at that when they probably do their closing argument.
Ventura is set to be cross-examined today. In recent days, outages in the tower at Newark Airport have rattled workers and travelers who've been subject to flight cancellations and delays. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy has vowed changes, but CBS's Chris Van Cleve tells us in congressional testimony yesterday, he revealed issues going back to last year.
We had seen some references to other outages in statements. United Airlines CEO Scott Kirby, in fact, referenced a number of outages in his initial comments about Newark. So we're learning that some of these were going on at least back in the fall, raising questions about why measures maybe couldn't have been taken sooner.
A Georgetown University scholar from India has been released from immigration detention in Texas. A federal judge said Badar Khan Suri can return to his family in Virginia while he awaits the outcome of his case. Officials said his visa was revoked because of his social media posts and his wife's connection to Gaza as a Palestinian American. Ford is recalling more than 270,000 Expedition and Lincoln Navigator SUVs due to an issue that could cause a loss of brake function while driving, increasing the risk of a crash. Time on the roundup, 8 past the hour.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Harvard University had what it billed as a copy of an iconic historical document. Turns out it's much more than that.
Historian David Carpenter was, as the Brits would say, gobsmacked when a browse through Harvard Law School's digitized archives turned up a 1,300 signed original of the Magna Carta, the first document setting limits on the powers of a king.
That's one of the rarest and most famous documents in world constitutional history.
What's more,
Harvard Law School had no idea they possessed it.
They'd bought it in 1946 as a later copy.
Harvard Law School had bought it for peanuts.
$27.50. In fact, it's now worth, well, a whole lot more. Vicki Barker, CBS News, London.
2 years ago, when Warner Brothers merged with Discovery, it changed the name of its HBO Max streaming service to Max. Now it's reverting back to HBO Max. The company executive says he has old stationery that he can now use again. That's the Roundup. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News.
KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Gashard. Breaking news this morning. One man is in the hospital after a shooting involving a member of law enforcement. The Kitsap County Sheriff's Office says it happened just before 2:30 this morning on SR 303 in unincorporated Bremerton. Deputies and a Washington State Patrol trooper were on scene. It's not clear what agency fired their weapon, but we do know no members of law enforcement were hurt. The Kitsap County Incident Response Team is investigating. The Kitsap County Sheriff's Office released new video of a suspect shot and killed in Poulsbo. The shooting happened during a traffic stop just before 9 o'clock on May 7th near Viking Way and Nordic Cove Lane. According to investigators, the suspect refused to stop for an officer. That's when deputies were called in to help.
Hey, he's exiting. Put your hands up now! Hey, he's got a knife. Back up. Hey, watch out. I'm going to pepper ball.
According to the Washington State Office of Independent Investigation, a Poulsbo officer and a Kitsap County Sheriff's deputy were involved in the shooting. There has been a tip line set up for anyone with information about what exactly happened that night. Seattle police and the FBI are searching for a serial bank robber. The woman is believed to have robbed at least 7 banks since June of last year. KIRO 7 TV's Samantha Lomibao reports from Magnolia.
Detectives say this woman walked into the U.S. Bank on McGraw Street just before noon on Monday, gave the teller a note, flashed a gun from her purse, and then ran away with the money. And she's not the usual suspect. Police describing her as an Asian woman, about 5'3", in her early 20s, wearing a face mask and a hat. People in the area are shocked she could get away with it this long.
She keeps changing things.
The FBI says she's stolen a total of about $7,500 so far.
The man accused of stabbing one person and robbing another in West Seattle will be back in court to face charges today. He appeared in court earlier this week. His bail was set at $250,000. He's accused of stabbing someone on California Avenue Southwest Monday night. Seattle police say the suspect also grabbed a second victim's arm and stole her purse and threatened a third person with a knife. A new initiative to boost business and public safety in the Chinatown International District. KIRO Newsradio's James Lynch has more.
Mayor Bruce Harrell was joined by community partners and Amazon to provide $1 million in new investments in the CID. The goal is to create a safer neighborhood, help those struggling with addiction and homelessness, and to help small businesses thrive. Mayor Harrell says a big part of that is a new CID ambassador program.
They'll support tourists and local residents. They'll build relationships and provide assistance to business owners. They'll help foster safe environments through de-escalation.
Mayor Harrell says the CID ambassadors will work 7 days a week from 2 to 10 p.m. In Seattle, James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
Qatar Airways has signed a deal to purchase 160 Boeing airplanes in a deal that President Trump says is worth $200 billion. He spoke with CEO Kelly Ortberg.
Kelly's telling me from Boeing it's the largest order of jets in the history of Boeing. That's pretty good.
It's not clear exactly which aircraft are being ordered, although Bloomberg reports the airline has expressed the most interest in the Dreamliner, which is primarily built in South Carolina. We reached out to Boeing for specifics. Former Seattle Seahawks head coach Pete Carroll joined Brock and Salk on our sister station, 710 Seattle Sports, Wednesday morning for the first time since becoming the Las Vegas Raiders head coach. And he broke a little news, maybe when he probably wasn't supposed to.
Hey, what a coincidence, huh? How about the opening game of the preseason?
The regular season schedule is out now. The Seahawks play the 49ers on September 7th. And now for your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. Bellevue to Federal Way about 24 minutes. Everett to Bellevue 25. Everett to Seattle 26. And Linwood to Seattle about 15 minutes. And for your KIRO News Radio forecast, it is cloudy today. We'll stay cool with highs in the mid-50s. Right now, it's about 43 in downtown Seattle. And coming up, former State Attorney General Rob McKenna explains why this week's Supreme Court hearing surrounding birthright citizenship could have greater implications than just immigration. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with a KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
This hour of Seattle's Morning News is brought to you by Closets by Design Seattle.
KIRO News Radio, winners of 3 2025 Regional Edward R. Murrow Awards. Feature reporting, sports reporting, and overall excellence.
And we thank you. We are the Northwest leading news station because of you, inspiring us every day to deliver the local news and stories you care about.
KIRO News Radio. on 97.3 FM.
Watch and listen anywhere by downloading the KIRO Newsradio app, and always stay connected at mynorthwest.com.
The first Mariners Fireworks Night is coming up, and we're starting things off with a bang. Be here on Friday, May 30th for our K-Pop Fireworks Show, presented by T-Mobile, after the team takes on the Twins at 7:10.
Jorge Polanco, his second home run of the night. He is absolutely on fire.
Get ready for an epic dance party as we light up the sky with a post-game show powered by the biggest global hits. Fireworks and Mariners baseball. That's two spectacular shows in one unforgettable night.
JP with a flip, and they got him at first base.
Visit mariners.com/fireworks to get your tickets and see the complete lineup of all 6 Mariners Fireworks Nights this summer, including a sing-along show on June 13th and a patriotic palooza on July 3rd. Plus, check out everything else on deck at T-Mobile Park, like 3 straight Mariners value games against the Orioles starting Tuesday, June 3rd. Mariners baseball. Try dance up.
Ladies, and you guys too, have you noticed visible signs of aging, those deep wrinkles, fine lines, and facial creases stealing your youthful glow? Sagging skin, crow's feet, and loss of facial contour are all natural effects of aging, but you no longer have to let them define your appearance. Introducing the New Skin Lift, the groundbreaking facelift led by Dr. Brian Scott. The advanced New Skin Lift addresses key signs of facial aging for women and men, restoring natural youthful contours. Whether it's replenishing volume lost over time or lifting the skin to smooth out those creases, the New Skin Lift can help you look 10 to 20 years younger with both surgical and non-surgical options. It's Hollywood's best-kept secret, and now available to you. Get a free consultation and save $250 off your New Skin facelift. Schedule at newskinlift.com or 206-222-1225. Look 10 to 20 years younger and restore your youthful appearance with the New Skin facelift. newskinlift.com.
We're here with our friend Steve Teitler of Best Mortgage, the reverse mortgage expert. Steve, mortgage rates have been dropping this year. How could that help seniors struggling to stay in their homes?
Lower mortgage rates means seniors can now get more money from their equity with a reverse mortgage. You can pay off your existing mortgage, have extra money to help with today's high cost of living, or believe it or not, you can even buy a home with a reverse mortgage. There are many uses, and best of all, you have no mortgage payments the rest of your life.
But as you always say, a reverse mortgage is not for everyone.
That's right. Avoid the high-pressure sales pitch from those out-of-state call centers. I give you a consultation, not a sales pitch. I'll tell you if a reverse mortgage is right for you, and I always tell you if it's not.
Honest advice you can trust from the reverse mortgage experts. Best Mortgage, the VA loan experts and debt consolidation specialists too. 425-649-6000. Best Mortgage, 425-649-6000.
Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime.
Seattle's Morning News, wherever you are.
Well, good morning. It's Wednesday, and we are going to speak with the former state attorney general, Rob McKenna.
Yes, oral arguments will take place in front of the Supreme Court tomorrow on a dispute surrounding birthright citizenship. Good morning, Rob.
Good morning.
Bring us up to speed. Is President Trump attempting to end birthright citizenship in this country?
Well, yes, he is. He issued an executive order declaring that birthright citizenship does not apply to children born to parents who are here illegally or who are here legally but only temporarily on a visa.
And so this really boils down to the 14th Amendment and a key phrase in it. Can you maybe describe what the justices are being asked to consider here?
The 14th Amendment states that, quote, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. So this was adopted after the Civil War to undo the effects of the Dred Scott decision in 1857, which denied citizenship to enslaved peoples, including Dred Scott, who had escaped from slavery. The Constitution now makes it clear, it made it clear then, that those formerly enslaved people are citizens of the United States. It's since been applied to anyone who is born in the United States, except for children of, for example, foreign diplomats who are not, whose parents are not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States, but to everyone else. So it's been a universal principle, and the Trump executive order attempts to undo it with one signature.
Why are Republicans in Congress trying to push back against the universal injunctions?
Well, universal injunctions are really the issue that's going to be before the court tomorrow. And a universal injunction is the idea that one trial court judge, for example, a judge sitting in Seattle, can issue a ruling which temporarily enjoins an order, not just in Seattle, not just in Washington State, or in the 4 states that brought the lawsuit, but across the entire country. Universal injunctions have been used by opponents to the Biden administration, to the Obama administration, to the Trump administration, and so forth. And they have become more common, in part because Trump has issued a record number of executive orders. But as recently as December of last year, President Biden's Solicitor General suggested to the court that universal injunctions need to be considered. You remember that it was Republican attorneys general who went to a court in Texas and blocked the student loan or student debt relief that Biden had attempted to implement by executive order. And so they tried to get a single judge to ban it nationwide.
So what's your sense of how the justices will take their positions on this? Is this going to be one of those deals where it's very close, or are you going to have the conservative majority saying, yeah, let's just move forward with what the president has to say?
I don't think they're going to rule on the underlying question of birthright citizenship here. That will come. This case comes up in what's called the shadow docket of the Supreme Court. So the Trump administration did not petition for review as you would normally do to get a case in front of the Supreme Court. Instead, it filed emergency applications to partly block the orders issued by federal district courts in Maryland, Massachusetts, and Washington. I think this argument today, which, by the way, is unusual because they normally don't hear arguments in May, is going to be about the scope of the injunctions issued by these 3 federal district courts. And are they going to keep Trump's order on hold nationwide, or will they limit the effect of the injunctions to just the individuals who were, the parties to these lawsuits? I think that's the question. And certainly there are at least 4 conservative justices who've raised real questions about the use of universal injunctions, about whether they're supported in the law or not. On the other side of the argument, the states are saying, look, universal injunctions are just temporary, and they're appropriate unless the administration can show there will be what's called irreparable harm from leaving the injunctions in place. And since birthright citizenship has been around since the 14th Amendment was adopted, the plaintiff states are arguing, and there's no irreparable harm here. Let's let this underlying constitutional question be litigated all the way through the courts and then actually up to the Supreme Court. Not do so. Not litigated here in this sort of temporary sense.
Rob, this is why I love having you on the show, because here I am. I'm thinking this is the big kahuna about the 14th Amendment, and you're like, no, this is just a little aspect of how the judges are trying to rule on this. So thank you for the clarification. I feel more smarter whenever I talk to Rob McKenna.
More smarter. You are.
More smarter.
Rob, thanks. Thanks for your help. Take care. Former State Attorney General Rob McKenna.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast, it's cloudy this morning. Expect showers this afternoon. Highs will be in the low 50s. Right now, it's about 43 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, G. Scott weighs in on the resentencing and possible release of the Menendez brothers. That's next. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
There's 6 markets you can place your money in. Research suggests it's better to have exposure to all 6 markets. Don't miss a potential opportunity because you didn't strategically diversify your assets. Hi, Jeff here with Madrona Financial and CPAs. Request your no-cost Madrona analysis today and discover what you may be missing in your portfolio. Call 833-673-7373 right now to request your analysis. That's 833-673-7373.
The team that gave me back my full head of hair, Advanced Hair, is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. Dr. Perungo and his world-class team begin regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. And Advanced Hair guarantees your new hair will grow, just like they did for me. Find out why Advanced Hair is the best of the best. With your free consultation, you'll receive $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
The Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay to stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Hey, Brock Heward here, along with IRG Physical and Hand Therapy President and CEO Shannon O'Kelly. Now, Shannon, I need to ask you if what I've been hearing is true. You don't need a referral, really, to see a physical therapist in the state of Washington?
That's exactly right, Brock. The state of Washington is a state that has what's called direct access. That means that if you get up in the morning, for example, and you hurt your back or did something to your muscles or tendons or joints, you can call a physical therapist directly, and we can get you in that same day and start your care and your recovery process.
How can patients get scheduled with IRG?
Oh, it's easy. You just contact us at irgpt.com. We'll direct you to our concierge service, and we'll take care of all that for you. We handle all the authorization, verification. We want our patients to understand their insurance benefits and what the outcomes are going to be with their visit to IRG Physical and Hand Therapy.
Please, please, please don't let injuries keep you from your passion. Schedule online today at irgpt.com and start the journey back to your best self.
Are you looking at diversification and stability with your investment portfolio, especially with the volatility right now in the stock market? Hi, I'm Scott Rirecka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years. We've had 0 investor losses and have averaged double-digit returns since inception. Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given market conditions. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Legacy's Northwest Fund also accepts IRA accounts as well. Find out why over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Get in touch with us today. Legacy's Northwest Fund returning 9% has limited opening for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit legacyg.com. That's legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
Do you notice sounds coming from your crawl space or attic, or possibly stale or foul odors in your home? This could be that rodents have gotten into your attic and crawl and have made it their home. They tear up the insulation to make nests to have babies. They contaminate it with their biological waste, which can be harmful to your health. And they ruin your home's energy blanket, costing you thousands of dollars a year. If you even think you may have a problem, call Insulation Northwest today, and we will come to your home as soon as tomorrow and perform a free, no-obligation inspection to determine what the problem is. This inspection normally costs $199, but it's yours free just for calling today. If we discover any problem with rodents in your home, we can get them out and keep them out and restore your home's protective insulation blanket back to brand new condition. Let Insulation Northwest give peace and comfort back to you and your family and save you thousands of dollars in energy savings. Call Insulation Northwest today, the real insulation company.
InsulationNorthwest.com. Stay informed and entertained with Jake Skorheim and Spike O'Neill.
There's going to be a lot of audio. We're going to laugh at most of it because if you
have you seen The World lately?
Well, if you did anything else, you'd be crying.
Jake and Spike, weekdays noon to 3 on KIRO News Radio.
You know that cartoon of the three-eyed fish swimming in polluted water next to a nuclear power plant?
Yeah, classic.
I used to think that was real, but I just learned that nuclear energy waste isn't some glowing green goo. It's actually used fuel rods from nuclear reactors that made electricity.
Wait, so no barrels of leaking sludge?
No, solid used fuel rods are safely stored at all the nuclear power plants in the U.S., including the one in Richland.
So the cartoon fish isn't real?
Not even close. Learn the facts about nuclear energy and used fuel at energy-northwest.com.
This is Chris Davis with the Davis Law Group. Did you know that a pedestrian does not have to be crossing the street on a marked crosswalk to have a successful legal claim against the driver? Pedestrians can even be partially at fault for a collision and still have a valuable claim. Call us today for a free consultation or get my free book on pedestrian accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com. That's Davis Law Group, better service and even better results.
Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or at your local CVS.
This week at Demetrio's Jazz Alley, come experience Robert Glasper's original piano trio. Celebrate 20 years of Canvas with 8 unforgettable shows. Shows run May 15th through 18th. Tickets at jazzalley.com.
If it's time for a new bath, go with a name you can trust, Bathfitter Northwest. Bathfitter is the original one-day bath remodeler, and right now they're offering 0% interest for 24 months, and for a limited time, they'll pay your sales tax. Call Bathfitter today.
KIRO News Radio, 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Gashard. Before leaving Qatar, President Trump headed to the desert outside Doha to thank thousands of U.S. troops at Al Deed Air Base, the largest American military base in the Middle East.
No visit in the Gulf would be complete without stopping to salute the people who keep America safe, strong, and free.
For the president, this trip has been a mix of big money deals and diplomatic wrangling. At a breakfast in Doha this morning, Trump floated a new plan, war-torn Gaza, which he once proposed turning into a resort.
I have concepts for Gaza that I think are very good. Make it a freedom zone. Let the United States get involved and make it just a freedom zone.
That was CBS's Nancy Cordes reporting. President Trump is now on his way to the United Arab Emirates. While President Trump travels abroad, here at home, debate continues on his controversial tariffs. Perhaps no one can explain it better than former Washington Governor Gary Locke. KIRO News Radio's James Lynch has more.
When it comes to public trust in a politician, perhaps no one has more than former Governor Gary Locke. He also served as U.S. Commerce Secretary and Ambassador to China. Given his experience, he knows a thing or two about tariffs. Here's his bottom line.
The Targets, the Walmarts, the Home Depots, the Nordstroms, they pay that tariff. And so if the prices double, you know they're going to pass it on to the consumer.
Locke says in a tariff war, consumers on both sides lose. James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
In Kitsap County, one man is in the hospital after a shooting involving a member of law enforcement. The sheriff's office says it happened just before 2:30 this morning on SR 303 in unincorporated Bremerton. Deputies and a Washington State Patrol trooper were on the scene. It's not clear what agency fired their weapon, but we do know no members of law enforcement were hurt. The Kitsap County Incident Response Team is investigating. Body cam footage of last week's officer-involved shooting in Poulsbo has been released.
I'm going to pepperball. Pepperball!
Drop the knife or you're going to get shot.
You're going to get shot. Drop the knife, dude. Please. Hey, brother, we don't want to do this, man.
The suspect in that case died. The shooting happened during a traffic stop just before 9 o'clock on May 7th. A Poulsbo police officer and a Kitsap County sheriff's deputy were involved in the shooting. There's been a tip line that's set up for anyone with information about what happened that night.
I would like to move to present an offer of the position of Superintendent for North Shore School District to Dr. Justin Irish.
There you have it. Dr. Justin Irish is the new North Shore School District's next superintendent. The school board announced a decision during last night's meeting. He was offered the position after a series of public meetings, a community survey, focus groups, and a community town hall. Dr. Irish says he is excited and honored. As long as contract negotiations go to plan, his first day will be on July 1st. Now, we're learning what stores Rite Aid is planning to close after its most recent bankruptcy filing. The pharmacy chain says many of its locations will either close or change ownership in the coming months. That includes local chain Bartell Drugs, which Rite Aid Company owns. According to a May 9th filing, it includes locations in Kingston, Yelm, Granite Falls, Omak, Snoqualmie, and Anacortes. As for Bartell's, the North End location off of Bendigo Boulevard South will be headed for closure, and so will the store off Basin Street Southwest in Ephrata. Now to your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. Federal Way to Seattle about 28 minutes right now. Tacoma to Bellevue about 21. Issaquah to Seattle about 23. And Redmond to Seattle about 17 minutes. For your forecast, we've got some clouds this morning. Expect showers this afternoon. Highs will be in the low 50s. Right now, it's about 43 in downtown Seattle. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with a KIRO Newsradio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO Newsradio Northwest News. Seattle's morning news. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime on mynorthwest.com.
Joining us from the G and Ursula Show, G. Scott, 9 to noon here on KIRO News Radio. Good morning, G.
Hey, good morning,
hello,
y'all.
hello.
Good morning, good morning.
We're going to talk about the Menendez brothers case. Yesterday, a judge re-sentenced them. This is a case that has been in the news since you and I were both teenagers, G.
Yeah.
And I'm curious what you made of it, because they were initially sentenced to life in prison. Mm-hmm. Now there's a chance they could get out.
Yeah, they need to live and stay under the prison forever. I keep hearing about all the judge says, I can't believe all the character references we've gotten. Even prison guards are sending in saying, one prison guard said, I don't normally do this, but they have been exceptional inside of here. What they supposed to do? They in prison. And you know who's exceptional out here in the real world? Us. You know what we don't do when we get upset with our parents? Is kill them, right? And then after you kill them, you go on shopping sprees. You were courtside for the Lakers game. We ain't gonna forget that. I tell you what, you can be resentenced in another life. But this life, you need to stay and live in prison. I want to say again, you killed your mama and your daddy. And then you had the audacity to say you were touched. Well, they didn't blame the mom. You just said that was the dad. So then why you kill your mama? I don't feel sorry for them. Stay in jail for life. And by the way, some of y'all Gen Z going to be upset with this, but y'all the reason why this is even up for discussion. It was during the pandemic, all over tickety-tock, right? All over the tickety-tock. It was, Menendez, they need to be out. They're so great. And, they're so handsome. They're so cute. You know the last time they said somebody was handsome and cute? That was Ted Bundy. Stay in prison.
Well, Charlie was saying, I don't know how he's going to feel about this. We'll see when he gets in here.
Yeah.
Now I know.
He has strong feelings. Gee, the fact remains, here in Washington State, if you commit even first-degree murder and you have no prior record like the Menendez brothers did, you are serving about 23 years behind bars.
Yeah, and there's no more death penalty either because of Gary Ridgway and what the deal that happened there. Look, I've had this argument, as you all know, my daughter is a federal defense lawyer. This is one topic that we disagree on all the time. We actually have heated arguments. It upsets her that her dad is for the death penalty. And to which I say, good, I'm your daddy. That's the thing. I think that if you do wrong, you take other people's lives, then you should have to pay the consequences for it. And especially the Menendez brother. I don't want these dudes to get out. I don't care what they're doing inside of what are they doing? Sweeping up real good? Reading? Being nice to people? Hello? A lot of us listening right now, that's what you do every single day. Imagine getting a reward for being a decent person. Well, stay in prison, and I'll tell you what, in the next life, wherever you think you're going afterwards, then you have an opportunity, hopefully you remember what you did, and you have an opportunity to be better at life.
There have been a bunch of documentaries and biopics on this case. What do you think of the way the media has covered it?
We love this stuff, right? Society, the country, we love all these crime shows and dockets and ID channels and datelines. And the media is just giving the people what they want. We want to hear and talk about these things. How many times have you seen and heard a documentary or a movie on Ted Bundy?
A bunch.
Why do we need to,
yeah.
Why we need to keep talking about Ted Bundy? For what? And we don't need to talk about the Menendez brothers. What did Menendez brothers do? They killed their parents. Bye.
G. Scott coming up on G and Ursula, 9 to noon here on KIRO News Radio.
Whew. Coming up, we'll have some national headlines. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
KIRO News Radio. Winners of 3 2025 Regional Edward R. Murrow Awards, including Overall Excellence.
KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey live in Linwood.
Bunch of tall trees in a wooded area just off of Alderwood Mall Parkway.
And we thank you.
We are the Northwest leading news station because of you, inspiring us every day to deliver the local news and stories you care about.
KIRO News Radio on 97.3 FM.
Hey, it's John Curley with Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision RLE. Doc, I heard that 50% of Americans have their lenses replaced by the time they're 75.
That's exactly right, John. As we near 50, our eye's natural lens starts to become dysfunctional. If you've now added readers to your need for glasses and contacts, it's a sign the quality and function of your natural lens is fading, and it's a steady decline towards cataracts.
Don't go another 20 plus years with poor vision, hassling with contacts and readers. Do what I did. Choose a quick, painless refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision RLE and start enjoying great vision now.
Our new lens technology is truly amazing. After replacing over 100,000 lenses, we have the experience to guide each patient to their best solution, even if that's recommending you wait a little while before RLE.
K2 Vision RLE can restore distance and near vision permanently, plus never develop a cataract. Read the reviews and schedule a free Zoom consultation now at k2visionrle.com.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
And 6/22/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
At the Boy Scouts of America, our oath remains. A Scout pledges to be kind, helpful, and brave. We're committed to providing a safe and welcoming environment where Scouts can establish the foundations of character that will last a lifetime. Our approach ensures the Boy Scouts of America is building the youth of today into the leaders we'll turn to tomorrow. The Boy Scouts of America. Building character is in our nature. Visit scouting.org to learn more about Scouting.
There's a sink at the brink and a drain that's a pain. Dayandnight.net. The old throne's not too well, and ooh, does it smell? Dayandnight.net.
Slow drains, backed up toilet, is your main drain or sewer clogged? Hi, I'm Bruce, General Manager of Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Over the past 70 years, I think we've seen every drain clog out there. If your pipes aren't draining from a small fix to a major repair, our sewer and camera inspection will show exactly where the problem is. I promise you, our experienced technicians will find the issue, the right solution, and do it at a fair price. Give us a call or visit
Dayandnight.net.
I guarantee whether Day and Night is your first choice or your smart second opinion, we'll work harder than anyone to earn your trust.
If you have a drain that's slow or clogged, call Day and Night. Now you'll save $50 off any drain cleaning. Slow or clogged drains? You know where to go.
Dayandnight.net.
CBS News Brief. Vladimir Putin's a no-show at Russia-Ukraine peace talks in Turkey. Secretary of State Marco Rubio's there.
There is no military solution to the Russia-Ukraine conflict. This war is going to end not through a military solution, but through a diplomatic one.
President Trump's keeping up pressure on Iran with a warning.
I want them to succeed. I want them to end up being a great country. Frankly, but they can't have a nuclear weapon.
Mr. Trump speaking in Qatar, where he will visit the main U.S. military base in the Middle East before he moves on to the United Arab Emirates. The Supreme Court will hear arguments today on President Trump's push to end birthright citizenship and lower court injunctions. Legal analyst Thane Rosenbaum.
The case emanates from the executive order denying birthright citizenship, but the Trump administration isn't appealing that question before the Supreme Court. This case directly affects lawsuits challenging the president's many executive orders.
CBS News Brief. I'm Deborah Rodriguez.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast, cloudy this morning. Expect showers this afternoon. Highs will be in the low 50s. Right now, it's about 43 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, consumer man Herb Weisbaum breaks down the best ways to take advantage of credit card benefits. That's next. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
It's a new year, but many seniors are struggling with the same old problem: high prices and rising property taxes. We're here with our friend Steve Teitler of Best Mortgage, and he says a reverse mortgage may be the answer.
Many seniors cannot afford to stay in the home they love. A reverse mortgage gives them access to equity in their home without having to sell. They can pay off their mortgage if they have one and maybe pull some extra cash out of their home. And best of all, they have no mortgage payment the rest of their life.
But as you always say, a reverse mortgage is not for everyone.
That's right. Avoid the high-pressure sales pitch from those out-of-state call centers. I give you a consultation, not a sales pitch. I'll tell you if a reverse mortgage is right for you, and I always tell you if it's not.
Honest advice you can trust from the reverse mortgage experts. Best Mortgage, the VA loan experts and debt consolidation specialists too. 425-649-6000. Best Mortgage, 425-649-6000.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with my buddy Dave Taylor from First Mark Insurance. So glad, so thankful that Molly and I made the call. Had heard so many First Mark Challenge victories, we needed to take that challenge. What does happen from your perspective when that caller, when that email, when that person reaches out to you for a First Mark Challenge victory?
That's a great question. So there's several steps we go through in the process. The first step is we're going to gather information, find out all we can about that client and what their needs are. The next step is we will go out to the market. We have dozens and dozens of carriers that will compete for the business. At the end of that process, we will then bring those findings back to the customer, show them what we found and who the eventual winner was in that competition.
And it may be who they're with.
It might be, yes. And sometimes that's the best we can do is recommend they stay where they are, but maybe modify a few coverages to put them in a better position.
So go take that challenge today. Go be the next First Mark Challenge victory. It costs you nothing, and they will be there with you every step of the way. FirstMarkInsurance.com. FirstMarkInsurance.com.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
Everyone loves free perks, but you can't take advantage of them if you don't know about them. Credit cards offer all sorts of free perks besides points and miles.
Consumer man Herb Weisbaum is here to highlight some of the best ones available, and Herb is a contributing editor at checkbook.org. Herb, where do we start?
Well, I'm going to give you 4 categories to choose from. Amanda, we're going to start with you. Do you want buying stuff, travel protection, or odds and ends?
I like shopping, buying stuff.
Well, some credit cards offer guaranteed returns. Charge something to many American Express cards, and the company will reimburse you up to $300 if you attempt to return it to the store within 90 days, but the retailer won't take it back. There is a maximum of $1,000 per card per year for this perk, but it's a pretty good one. And then you can get free shipping via ShopRunner if you have an American Express or World Elite MasterCard and you join ShopRunner, an Amazon Prime competitor offering 2-day shipping and free returns for more than 100 plus retailers, and you can skip their annual $79 membership fee. And then there's price protection. Some credit cards will let you apply to receive a refund if within a few weeks of purchasing something you find that you could have bought it for less. You can usually show just a proof of receipt or something like that and get it on your credit card. So you probably might want to go back to the store first if that's the store that lowered the price. But if you can't do that, price protection will help you get some money back. So those are 3 really good ones. Charlie, would you like travel protection or odds and ends?
Well, I have a bunch of trips coming up this summer, so why don't we go with travel?
Oh, where are we going, Charlie?
The fabulous town of Cooperstown, New York, among others.
Baseball Hall of Fame.
Yes,
awesome.
yes.
Remember, I went to school at Syracuse, so I'm familiar with the beautiful, beautiful city. Well, Some of these cards give you preferred boarding. Most cards do, actually, an airline-affiliated rewards card. So that's like why we have an Alaska Airlines card, because we almost always fly Alaska Airlines, and that gets you higher up in which zone it is. So you usually be 3 or 4 with an affiliated credit card, as opposed to being 5, 6, or 7. So you can stow your onboard luggage, and you may even get a free bag check. So that's a good perk. Some cards will reimburse you for TSA PreCheck, Global Entry, or Clear Frequent Traveler programs. They will pay you the money it costs to join these programs, which is a pretty good deal. Rental car coverage, in the last few years, some of the cards have dropped this benefit, but some still provide it. Keep in mind, this is typically secondary insurance. So what this means is if there's a problem, you have to file a claim with your insurance company, and then the credit card will pick up whatever is not left over. But I have a special tip for you, because I've used this for years. American Express cards offer insurance on rental cars that's primary coverage. They don't advertise it a lot. I had to find out about it from a friend. Well, here's your friend telling you about it on KIRO Radio. Call them up and find out about their rental insurance program. If you rent a car, it's $25 per rental, if you rent it with their card, per rental, up to 30 days. And it covers the damage for the vehicle, and there's no muss and there's no fuss. You don't have to file a claim with your insurance company. It's primary. So I had an accident in Hawaii a couple of years ago. Somebody sideswiped the car in the parking lot. We got in the car in the rain to drive it to the airport, and the guy goes, "Hey, what's this on the door here, buddy?" And I said, "Oh, geez." He says, "Who's your insurance? American Express?" Fine. He filed the claim. American Express sent me an email and said, "Everything's taken care of. Thank you for being a card holder." If you have the card, check that out. It's $20 a rental, not a day.
Wow. All right, are we moving on? I think
yes.
I would like to take...
I think we have 2 categories left for you, Amanda. Which one do you want to pick?
I'll take odds and ends for 200, please.
Oh, I like that. It's just like Jeopardy. Okay, thank you, Don Parno. Thank you, friends. Credit monitoring. Many cards will give you credit monitoring for free. You may not want to monitor it, but they'll give it to you anyway. And some cards will let you get into museums or things for free. Bank of America, Merrill, and Bank of America Private Bank credit card or debit card holders get access to more than 225 cultural institutions nationwide the first full weekend of every month. I have an American Express card, so I get special access, a couple of days early notice to some of the big concerts, which is why I have good seats to see James Taylor in Chicago at Chateau Saint Michel, because I got early notice about that. So those are some really good perks. If you're not sure what you have, check under your card under perks. Remember why they're doing this. Everybody in the country who has a credit card and can get one already has one, maybe 2 or 3. The goal now is to get you to use that card. And the way they do that is by offering you perks. So if they're available and they're free, why not use them and take advantage of the benefits that come with your card?
And Herb, we're almost out of time, but I think our old pal Herb is going to tell us that we only do this if we're able to pay this back at the end of the month, right?
Yes, some of these perks come with cards that have no annual fees, so that's fine. But if you're getting a card for like a bonus, the miles and the points that everybody wants, these bonus offers, yes, you only take out a card where you're going to pay a steep annual fee if you're paying off the bill every single month. Good point, Charlie.
All right, Herb, where can we find out more?
Go to checkbook.org. You can read the full article. We have all kinds of perks for health insurance, credit cards, AAA members. And then there's a podcast as well at consumerpedia.org. We talk about it for a half an hour, run down all the perks you can get take advantage of.
Consumer man Herb Weisbaum, you're the best. Thank you so much.
Bye, guys.
Workers at the nation's largest coffee chain are protesting a new dress code. CBS's Deborah Rodriguez has the details.
More than 1,000 Starbucks baristas at 75 stores across the country have gone on strike over a new rule that limits them to wearing solid black shirts and khaki, black, or jean bottoms under their green aprons. The company says it's about creating a sense of familiarity and making those aprons stand out. But the union says the new dress code should be subject to collective bargaining. One worker says Starbucks is focused on the wrong thing. She says customers don't care what colors baristas are wearing when they're waiting 30 minutes for a latte. Starbucks says the strike is having a limited impact on affected stores. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Imagine eating cookies to lose weight. CBS's Vicki Barker reports from the Foreign Desk in London.
Italian researchers have developed a cookie that seems to act like Ozempic. They extracted a compound from the wormwood plant, which seems to trigger the gut in a similar way to weight loss injections. They then mix that with dark chocolate, which has similar properties, to make cookies. Volunteers said they felt full, and blood tests showed an increase in the hormone levels associated with fullness. A full clinical trial is now planned and a possible commercial release of the cookies. Vicki Barker, CBS News, London.
For your KIRO Newsradio forecast, cloudy this morning. Expect showers this afternoon. Highs will be in the low 50s. Right now, it's about 43 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harger and Manda Factor. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO Newsradio.
The John Curley Show.
They call him Reggie Smiley Wilson. How many years did you drive a Metro bus?
36 years.
You were the guy that had a smile sign. When people came on, you say smile, you do jokes.
That bus is reality. And everybody needs to know that, hey, man, my reality is no different from yours because I got to eat, I got to sleep, and I got to work. And I think we all want to do it a better way.
Watch the John Curley Show live on YouTube, weekdays 3 to 7, and download the KIRO Newsradio app.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
the Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report August 2024.
KIRO FM and HD1 Tacoma, Seattle. Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio Northwest News.
This is Ricky Rubio, point guard for the Phoenix Suns.
And I'm Holly Robinson Peete, actor and along with Ricky, ambassador for Delivering Jobs. We know that a job is empowering and instills confidence. Yet 81% of adults with developmental differences don't have a paid job, even though companies that employ people with differences report better morale and higher productivity.
There are 6.5 million people in the U.S. with an intellectual or developmental difference such as autism.
And now, thanks to Autism Speaks, Best Buddies, the Holly Ride Foundation, and Special Olympics, there has never been more opportunity to improve hiring practices and build a more inclusive workforce. Join me, Ricky Rubio, and these amazing organizations in supporting and creating pathways to 1 million employment and leadership opportunities for this talented community.
Visit deliveringjobs.org to learn more.
That's deliveringjobs.org.
Hey, Brock Ewart here, along with IRG Physical and Hand Therapy President and CEO Shannon O'Kelly. The weather is warming. The sports are moving outdoors, Shannon. Maybe time to take care of that lawn and pull the old lawnmower out. Is it a time where you get a little busier as the weather warms?
Oh, absolutely, Brock. You know, what we know, particularly in the Puget Sound, we have these cold, wet winters. The weather changes, the sun comes out, and everybody wants to rush outside and do things. And I'm telling you, that's great, but you got to take time, listen to your body. You got to prepare your body for those activities. You don't want to go too fast, too soon. So warm up, stretch, make sure you have flexibility, a little bit of conditioning, because if you're conditioned and ready and prepared, those activities outside are going to be so much funner, if that makes sense. You're an athlete yourself, Brock. You know how important warming up is.
Oh, I like funner. I think they would tell you more fun, but I kind of like funner, and that's exactly what IRG is. For more info or to book your appointment today, simply go to irgpt.com. Remember, that's irgpt.com.
G and Ursula agree to disagree.
When I think of Seattle, I think about a really thriving place.
I think it's going to be hard to overcome that perception of being unsafe.
Weekday mornings at 11:06 on KIRO News Radio.
Cold is leaking and rocks are moving and mold is creeping and water seeping in. It's hard to be a homeowner, we know.
Without American Crawl Space and Pest Services, it is hard to be a homeowner. Dave Ross here. American Crawl are the heroes to call for insulation and pest issues because in addition to their great reviews and decades of experience, they also give out the most PSE insulation rebates of any insulation company in the state.
American Crawl, the heroes you call.
Get your free inspection at AmericanCrawl.com.
For more than 75 years, the VA Home Loan Benefit has helped millions of eligible veterans and service members achieve their piece of the American dream, a home for their families. Did you know that you could purchase a home or refinance your current home loan with your VA Home Loan Benefit? VA home loans have lower closing costs and generally enjoy lower interest rates than other borrowers. The VA Home Loan may save you thousands of dollars on your mortgage. For more information, visit www.va.gov or talk to a lender of your choice. Choose VA.
Celebrate Motown history with the Miracles at Demetrios Jazz Alley. Pioneers in music, they paved the way for Motown and left a lasting legacy. Don't miss this iconic group. Shows run Thursday, May 29th through Sunday, June 1st. Tickets at jazzalley.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO News Radio. KIRO FM and HD1. Tacoma, Seattle. Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. We begin in stores and restaurants, where consumers spent a little more last month. Retail sales were up 0.1% from March.
It will be raising prices because of President Donald Trump's tariffs. Much of what Walmart sells is made in China. The company says it had strong profits from good sales during the first quarter of the year.
Fed Chair Jerome Powell's just warned of higher, longer-term interest rates. Russia-Ukraine peace talks getting underway in Turkey. Volodymyr Zelensky's there. His Russian counterpart, Vladimir Putin, is not. President Trump says Putin's presence doesn't matter.
I don't believe anything's going to happen, whether you like it or not, until he and I get together. But we're going to have to get it solved because too many people are dying.
Mr. Trump spoke on the plane ride from Qatar to the United Arab Emirates, the last stop on his Mideast trip. New information on air traffic control problems that triggered cancellations and delays at Newark Airport for more than a week. CBS's Chris Van Cleve on the Transportation Secretary's Capitol Hill testimony.
Secretary Duffy acknowledged at least 2 previous outages impacting the same facility handling flights in and out of Newark late last year. We've also learned of a 3rd incident last year in late August, right around Labor Day.
We've also learned a hotline between Reagan National's tower and the Pentagon hasn't worked since 2022. Temperatures in parts of Texas will soar into triple digits again as people in the nation's midsection deal with one of the hottest May heat waves on record.
Walking from the car into the mall and feeling like my flip-flops are about to melt to the asphalt.
A sporting goods store is buying Foot Locker. CBS's Michael Wallace has the details.
Every shoe for every athlete, only at Dick's.
Dick's is shelling out $2.4 billion for the struggling footwear chain, which has 2,400 stores in 20 countries. Dick's says it will run Foot Locker as a standalone unit and keep its brands like Kids Foot Locker and Champ Sports. Footwear companies have been struggling since President Trump announced his tariffs. Most of their shoes are made in Asia.
Dow futures are down 109. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. In short, a lot of things. Bundle today at Progressive.com.
It's 6:03, and we head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Chris Sullivan.
Yeah, we're already in the red, Charlie. Starting this morning, a rough one coming up the Valley Freeway. Already 50 minutes from Puyallup to Renton. 30 of those minutes are out of Auburn because of a crash we've been working for the better part of an hour that was blocking the hot lane right as you got up to 277th in Kent. That just cleared, but
it's a reminder that, yes, it doesn't get there very often, and only when it really has to.
This is one of those really has to times because of a crash. The hot lane already running at the maximum $15 because they're trying to get people out of there to try to ease up the congestion. So pretty early to hit that max, and it's not going to save you much time at all. The rest of the map looks pretty normal for this time of day. If you're continuing up the corridor, Renton to Bellevue is only 15 minutes. Olympia to Tacoma is 35, then Federal Way to Seattle running about 40. Coming down from the north end, still a relatively easy drive, 35 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
It's 6:04. Good morning. We have breaking news today. A man is in the hospital after an officer-involved shooting in Bremerton.
And KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey joins us live in studio with the latest. Luke?
This happened around 11:30 last night in the Fred Meyer parking lot along State Route 303. A worker with a mobile surveillance company called 911. You know those stands you see in parking lots now with the blue lights and the cameras? Deputies say that worker was monitoring those cameras and told dispatchers he saw someone he thought was prowling. Kitsap County spokesperson Kevin McCarty tells me 5 deputies and 2 state troopers arrived at the scene.
At some point, there was contact with the suspect and shots were fired and the suspect was injured.
It's unclear right now whether a deputy or a trooper fired their weapon. It's also unclear why they fired on the suspects.
As far as what led up to gunshots, I don't have that information at this point. It's not clear. That's part of the investigation, is to determine what happened.
The suspect was taken to Tacoma General in stable condition, we're told. Investigators are getting a search warrant, they tell me, right now to look inside that suspect's car. They tell me they think there are several guns inside. No members of law enforcement were injured, but also, coming up in the bottom of the hour, body cam footage of last week's officer-involved shooting not too far away in Poulsbo has just been released.
I'm going to pepper ball. Pepper ball!
Drop the knife or you're going to get shot.
You're going to get shot. Drop the knife, dude. Please. Hey, brother, we don't want to do this, man.
The suspect in that case died. We're going to have more audio from that body cam coming up at 6:30.
Luke, thank you. It's 6:05. The man accused of killing Trooper Christopher Gadd isn't going to trial just yet. The trial was supposed to begin today, but Como says defense attorneys for Raul Benitez Santana want the charges dismissed. They claim prosecutors broke state sanctuary laws by working with federal immigration officers. Benitez Santana, who's from Mexico and was in the country illegally, is accused of hitting Gadd's cruiser while driving over 100 miles per hour in Marysville. Gadd died in the crash back in March of 2024. Defense lawyers say the prosecutor's office tipped off ICE before a bail hearing last spring. They argued that move tainted the case and the jury pool. A judge will hear arguments Monday morning. If the motion is denied, trial starts Tuesday.
Governor Bob Ferguson is keeping lawmakers guessing about the state budget. The Washington State Standard reports he hasn't decided what to sign or what to veto. There is a $9.4 billion tax package tied to a $16 billion shortfall. Ferguson praised some spending, like $100 million for police hiring grants, but he admitted the tax burden is tough on Washington families. He has until Tuesday to make a decision. So far, no clear answers. Ferguson said simply, quote, "You will hear on Tuesday." Until then, business leaders and lawmakers are waiting.
New data from the Puget Sound Auto Theft Task Force shows the number of stolen cars is decreasing in King and Pierce counties. Still pretty darn high. 735 were stolen in King County last month, 204 in Pierce County. Task Force recovered 14 cars and arrested 7 people.
It's 6:07.
Keeping you informed since 1974. This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
Midway through the month, Thursday, the 15th of May.
Cruising right along.
Yeah, we are. I'm Charlie, along with Manda. As Sully, we both looked at each other, Manda, when he played his sound effect.
At 6:03 in the morning.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever heard that.
No, not this early. But
Here we go.
This is one of those cases when it is necessary because there's a huge backup on the Valley Freeway, so they're trying to price people out of that hot lane so they can kind of get the congestion out of the way. So, yeah, really early for $15, isn't it?
Okay.
Thank heavens we have you to keep us up to date every 10 minutes on the threes.
Yep. It was a rough one for the Mariners yesterday
do we have
afternoon.
to talk about that too?
I was
Has that
home.
ball come down yet?
No, and producer
The one that Judge hit?
Oh,
David
the
is
game-winning
grumpy
home
again.
run? Did that land in Marysville?
I
It
think
might
so.
have.
Yeah.
Seriously.
And going
As a
up
monster.
2-0,
Yeah.
and Luis Castillo looked good for the
Yeah.
beginning part of the game. You start to have hope. You're like, are we going to take the series from the Yankees?
No.
No.
Well, we take on the Padres next, so...
And so
And a
we
day
have
off.
a
They need
chance
the
to
day off.
start another winning streak.
That's right. This hour is Seattle's Morning News, sponsored by American Crawl Space and Pest Control. And coming up on this hour of the show, Sully, you have a choke point?
Yeah, I do. Got a listener question, kind
It's
of
a
a
fun
one.
one.
Something we've all seen, and it shows the depths to which I will go to find out answers to questions large and small.
Okay. We'll also have KIRO Newsradio's James Lynch speaking to former U.S. Secretary of Commerce and Washington State Governor Gary Locke about the real-life impacts of the current tariffs.
And also coming up, consumer man Herb Weisbaum explains how to get the most out of your credit card perks.
It's 6:09. Seattle Mayor Bruce Harrell announced a new $1 million investment in the Chinatown International District, and Amazon is chipping in $250,000. And the mayor says he will expand his street ambassador program to the CID. Small business owner Yenvi Pham is excited about the CID's potential.
What it means is we're able to have a safe environment to work in it, to hang out in it, have a few drinks, walk the streets, and not have to worry about my public safety.
CID Ambassador Program paid for by nonprofits and companies like Amazon.
A public safety meeting in West Seattle didn't go quite as planned last night. Fox 13 says neighbors came for answers about recent violence involving guns, but they left unhappy. The meeting was hosted by Councilmember Rob Saka. He highlighted new patrols, better street lighting, and shorter park hours, but people couldn't ask live questions. They had to be submitted in advance. That set off the crowd. One man said gunfire hit his child's car seat, and it took 11 days to get a reply from the city. People shouted at the panel before the meeting ended. Some called it a missed chance for a real discussion. Many are still pushing for a full town hall.
The man accused of stabbing one person, robbing another in West Seattle will be back in court to face charges today. He appeared earlier in the week where bail was set at $250,000. He's accused of stabbing one on California Avenue Southwest Monday night. Seattle police say the suspect also grabbed a second victim's arm and stole her phone and threatened a third person with a knife.
Seattle police and the FBI are searching for a serial bank robber. The woman is believed to have robbed at least 7 banks since June of last year. KIRO 7 TV's Samantha Lomibaut reports from Magnolia.
Detectives say this woman walked into the U.S. Bank on McGraw Street just before noon on Monday, gave the teller a note, flashed a gun from her purse, and then ran away with the money. And she's not the usual suspect. Police describing her as an Asian woman, about 5'3", in her early 20s, wearing a face mask and a hat. People in the area are shocked she could get away with it this long.
She keeps changing things.
The FBI says she's stolen a total of about $7,500 so far.
Well, if you see flags at half-staff today, here's why. Governor Bob Ferguson ordered it for National Peace Officers Memorial Day. It's a way to honor the officers who died in the line of duty. It's part of National Police Week, which includes memorials and events. They bring law enforcement, survivors, and communities together to remember the fallen.
Well, he was interested 5 years ago, but not anymore. Nike co-founder Phil Knight says he does not want to buy the Portland Trail Blazers. Paul Allen's estate announced Tuesday the team is up for sale. The estate still owns the Seahawks and the Sounders. Those teams are not for sale. Allen died in 2018.
Let's get a check on weather, brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. And today is going to be a lot of fun for, I don't know, maybe you're a middle-aged dad and going out to watch your middle school son.
Oh, is that what you're doing today?
Outdoor baseball. Yeah, just, speaking for a friend, looks like we're going to have some showers this afternoon. High of 56. outside and showers and 56. Okay.
Yesterday turned out better than anticipated, so maybe
did.
the same thing will happen today.
Look at you.
Huh?
Ever the
Looking
optimist,
on the
Manda
bright
Factor.
side.
Okay. Cloudy, 57 for Friday. Looks like we'll have some rain, maybe a quarter of an inch on Saturday, a high of 58. Sunday, the nicer day to get out and do some yard work. Partly cloudy and 60. Right now in Seattle, we have clouds, and it's 46 at 6:13.
And it's time for traffic. We do that every 10 minutes for you, and we check in with Chris Sullivan once again at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And we are still struggling up the Valley Freeway, but the travel time is coming down after we had that earlier crash. Up near 277th in Kent, the backup now is just kind of right centered around Highway 18 there in Auburn, and the travel time is picked up by 10 minutes. 40 minutes now to go from Puyallup to Renton. Still running at that $15 max in the express toll lanes. That should probably be coming way down here in the next little bit now that they've cleared out most of the freeway there. But overall, the Valley Freeway at 40 minutes this time of day is about normal. Renton to Bellevue, a little bit under 20 minutes. Now that people have kind of gotten out of the trap there out of Kent, they're kind of moving up in a pack towards 405. Northbound I-5, Olympia to Tacoma is nice and easy. We got a 35-minute trip for you. Some brake lights up through Fife Hill, and then looking at about a Federal Way to Seattle drive of about 45 minutes. Up to 40 now from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue as we've picked up the slowing right around the Boeing Freeway, a little bit more away from Linwood. The lake bridges are fine. This report brought to you by Home Comfort Alliance. Discover one of the new inventions in home comfort, mini split systems. Now call for a consultation, a free one. Get 18 months, same as cash financing. HomeComfortAlliance.com.
Well, you've heard the big stories of the day. KIRO's Katrina Gashard is here with some of the other stories you are monitoring at the news desk.
Indeed. So this is trending a little bit online. A raccoon was spotted wandering around the stands at Citi Field in New York last night. It terrified analyst Ron Darling and some fans.
I'm scared of raccoons. I mean, those folks out there in those seats in center field, I'm not sure that they're all aware that there's a raccoon. I mean, they're not even moving. One guy's killing his chocolate.
The raccoon was seen during the 7th inning stretch. The critter must have brought a bit of bad luck, though. The Mets fell to the Pirates 4-0. I know. Well, what can you do? Now calling all Billy Joel fans.
Sing us a song, you're the piano man.
Billy Nation, the premier tribute band, is bringing the magic of the Piano Man to Olympia. Catch them Thursday, August 14th at 7:30 p.m. at the Washington Center stage. Tickets are available now.
Thank you, Katrina. It's 6:15.
Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Hey, oh, let's go.
Now, Choke Points with Chris Sullivan.
Presented by Carter Subaru.
Don't forget to watch the show on our YouTube channel or on the KIRO Newsradio app so you can watch everyone's sick dance moves.
Okay. And my reaction to saying KIRO.
Oh, my goodness. We were going to blow right on by that, right?
Oh, no. You are going to let me wallow. Let's be real here.
I didn't hear a thing. I don't know what you're talking about.
Sully is here. We've seen this before. A bunch of construction workers standing around a job site watching just one person work. It's a meme. But a listener, he checked in with you about that exact situation.
Yeah, and I decided, like I always do with these kinds of things, I'll research and see what I can find out. I wasn't sure I'd get much luck. It was like a random bunch of DOT workers just standing around. But our listener, Tommy, he hit me up last week on the text line when he saw this happening at the Scatter Creek Rest area on I-5, just north of Grand Mound. He then sent me the pictures and asked me what I could find out. If you're on our YouTube channel right now, next to me, you can see the picture.
This is cool. Producer David just put up a picture.
A picture of this. And for those of you that obviously are in your car right now, it basically shows about a dozen people, most of them in their reflective WashDOT vests, watching one person doing work in a grassy area. So Tommy was like, okay, a little upset here maybe that a bunch of public employees appear to just be hanging out when they could have been working. So he asked me to see what I could find out. And so my initial thought to him was, I was like, okay, this might be a training session. You know, sometimes they get together, but I wasn't sure. So I reached out to WashDOT for confirmation. And it turns out WashDOT was actually testing a new multifunctional lawnmower that also sweeps and plows bike lanes. It was also testing a remote-controlled mower, a new one. So any members of the WashDOT maintenance team in that region who might end up using that equipment were invited to test it out, give themselves some feedback so they could decide whether or not this equipment was something they would want to buy going forward if they thought it was worth it. So it turns out this wasn't a bunch of people just hanging out doing nothing. They were actually there to do a little bit of work, get a little feedback, and do a little practice work with this new equipment. And I think this is a perfect example of how I want choke points to work.
Yeah.
Is because I will take any questions. I know I always say that, but I don't think people believe me. I'll take any questions from something like this, a couple of people standing around a job site, to why is there a stop sign in my neighborhood? It doesn't have to be why is Sound Transit so over budget and so way behind schedule. Why is the transportation budget why it is? Just reach out.
I just love the curiosity Tommy had, right?
Yeah.
To actually take a picture and send it to you?
Yeah, he sent me a couple, and so I was like, yeah, just, I'll try to find out the answer for you. That's kind of what I do. But I think this is a perfect example of that. Is it doesn't have to be big, doesn't have, it could be anything. And in this case, it worked out. The DOT knew what was happening, and yeah, there you go. Answer provided.
Chris,
no silly questions.
Well, I have a kind of a related silly question. So for the last year up in Linwood, where my wife and I live, there has been a massive amount of road construction. This is on 35th Avenue right there off of 99. And it has been super disruptive for us. And a couple days ago, they were tearing up the sidewalk and they completely blocked our way in and out of our driveway. We got no notice of this, and it was about 2 hours worth of time where we couldn't get in or out. We obviously have a newborn baby. It made things a big hassle. I'm wondering, this is, I guess, Snohomish County, do they have to give us warning, like a written warning
they should.
before that?
Yeah, I mean, if you think about what happened
we were outraged
at our office right here, I mean, we've had no access to our street because of work being done by SDOT for the better part of the last week, and we got advanced warning 2-3 weeks ago. So yeah, if they're going to block off your driveway, they should let you know. We'll connect off the air and find out.
Thank you.
Which
I also
county
got
it was.
a picture of it as well. So,
was it county? Was it city? Was it state? And they should not be able to trap people in their neighborhoods without at least warning you that your access is going to be denied. No, that's just not proper.
I feel another choke point coming on.
Yeah, and again, it can be just that simple. I mean, it doesn't have to be huge. I mean, again, I like answering questions for our listeners, and again, the smaller the better, because I think we all have experiences like this that you might think, it's no big deal. I'm not going to waste your time with this. No. Waste my time. Don't. Let me find it out.
Custom choke points.
That's what I do.
Artisanal choke points.
Well, yes.
you sell them at farmers markets?
Actually, no. I get them all at the outlet mall. But no, please, just hit me up. There are plenty of ways to get in touch with me at mynorthwest.com at the choke points there. You can reach out to the station. You can email me. You can text me. There are lots of ways to find me. Tommy started on the text line. I asked him to email me the pictures, and he did. It's pretty simple.
The pictures, for those who didn't see it on the app there at mynorthwest.com.
Yeah, certainly. Right there, you can kind of get an idea of what we're looking at. Yeah, something pretty common, but there you go. Tommy's got his answer.
Okay.
By the way, he wasn't really satisfied with the answer. He's like, I don't know. Because he texted me, he emailed me back. I'm like, I don't know. I'm like, well, that's what they told me.
You got to believe, Tommy.
A cool lawnmower. All right. Well, thank you, Sully. It is 6:21. And Washington Governor Gary Locke, he is also the former U.S. Secretary of Commerce. He knows a lot about tariffs, and that's timely in spite of what appears to be a cooling tariff war between the U.S. and China. Here's how Locke says tariffs hurt American consumers twice.
It hurts consumers. We pay more for the products coming in, and our workers lose jobs because of the retaliation by other countries.
Less money to spend on vacation, buy a car, college education, retirement, health care. Locke says all of those are affected by tariffs.
Let's talk about the Seahawks for a moment. The full schedule is out if you missed it. Some pretty big moments coming up. They're going to open at home against San Francisco week 1. They'll end the regular season back against the 49ers in California. Seattle has 4 primetime games this year. That includes a Monday night matchup with Houston, a Thursday night game with the Rams. 710 Seattle Sports points out they get a midseason bye. That'll, of course, help with the injuries. And guess who was on with Brock and Sock on our sister station, 710 Seattle Sports, yesterday morning?
Oh, I saw this.
For the first time since becoming the Las Vegas Raiders head coach, he broke a little news, did Pete Carroll, even though he probably wasn't supposed to.
Hey, what a coincidence, huh? How about the opening game of the preseason?
Isn't that interesting?
They haven't announced
the preseason. Isn't out yet. The regular season was announced yesterday. So perhaps we're going to have a little fun with Pete Carroll
Again, regular season schedule released yesterday. It's the 49ers to begin the regular season.
Man, we'll be playing Pete and Gino.
Yeah.
Okay. And of course, Tommy Malott.
That was what I was going. I was texting the Malotts. If you don't know, Tommy Malott, my son Tommy's quarterback at Montana State, got drafted by the Raiders, and that first preseason game is here at Lumen.
How cool is
so
that?
I was texting his parents. I'm like, "Are you guys coming out?" And he's like, "I already bought our tickets." Like, how do you guys? But the schedule isn't even out yet. What, the parents already find a way to get tickets? So
do you think, given that it's preseason, do you think he'll be playing quarterback, or do you think he'll be receiver?
I think he'll probably play receiver. Yeah. He might get it because they'll probably have Cam Miller, the kid who came in from North Dakota State, 2 picks after Tommy, who also plays quarterback, will probably play a lot. So yeah, everyone will get a chance to see the Butte Bullet in action here at Lumen Field. So we're super excited about that.
Okay, well, it is 6:23. Every 10 minutes we check traffic for you with Sully at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And I might even be wearing my number 19 Tommy Malott Raiders shirt.
That's awesome.
I don't own any. It's funny. I don't know anything about the Raiders. I mean, I've never been a Raiders fan.
I just know I don't like them.
And so
they're sworn enemies, honestly.
Well, yeah, back in the day, the old AFC
enemies.
West. And so I emailed a bunch of people that I know throughout the football community who are Raiders fans. I was like, "What's the initiation to be a fan?" And they're like, "Well, first of all, a bunch of crazy looking people in shoulder pads all painted up silver and black beat you down for about 10 minutes and then you're good." I was like, "Really?" It's like, "No." But I'm like, I don't know how to be a Raiders fan.
Just
it's really kind of a weird thing.
You can wear the jersey or whatever, but just don't be a fan.
Okay, well,
you can be a fan of Tommy.
Again, these are personal problems on multiple levels. The map right now is getting better. I mean, we still struggle out of Auburn after an earlier crash up near 277th, but a 42-minute trip from Puyallup to Renton at this time of day isn't too bad. And then Renton to Bellevue's up over 20 minutes, definitely starting to see some impact there through the Renton S-curves. Northbound I-5 struggling up towards Highway from 18 up to 320th. We're about 47 minutes to go from Federal Way into Seattle. Behind that, there are some brake lights getting through the Puyallup River area on northbound I-5 through downtown Tacoma. We get checking in on that one, see if I could find out anything more. Coming down from the north end, a little over 40 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. The lake bridges are still in pretty good shape. This report brought to you by Beacon Plumbing. For all your heating, electrical, septic, mechanical needs, stop freaking and call Beacon.
Might see a little sunshine this morning, but the showers return for the afternoon hours today. A high of 56. Cloudy for your Friday tomorrow and a high of 57. Right now, it is mostly cloudy and 45 in Seattle.
Opening bell report coming up on Seattle's Morning News.
Winners of 3 2025 Regional Edward R. Murrow Awards, including feature reporting.
The graffiti along Seattle roadways is the worst I've ever seen it. KIRO Newsradio's Nate Connors and I set some parameters. I drove. Every click you hear is Nate counting a tag that defaces the public property you and I pay for.
We thank you. We are the Northwest leading news station because of you, inspiring us every day.
KIRO News Radio on 97.3 FM.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture with daily use.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See with the full details and disclaimers.
Call or click 811 before you dig. Anything that causes you to roll up your sleeves a little and dig in requires you to first connect with 811. Call or click 811 and visit safeexcavator.com.
Why choose Care Partners Senior Living over in-home care? Amanda here. The answer is simple. Care Partners communities provide safe living spaces with medical professionals on site. We assist you with your mobility so you can participate in activities whenever you like. You can have privacy and socialize at your own pace. And you may find Care Partners more affordable than in-home care. With locations throughout Washington and Arizona, you'll find a Care Partners community near you. Care, it's in our name and what we do. Learn more at carepartnersliving.com.
Hi, I'm Keith Dashafee, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. We're celebrating 100 years of Pella excellence with an offer as strong as our legacy. Get $100 off every window, $100 off every door, and enjoy 100 days with no interest and no payments. It's our way of saying thank you for letting us be a part of your homes for a century. Visit PellaPNW.com to schedule your free consultation today. Pella, 100 years strong.
Driving your brand new car is incredibly fun, but what about the buying process? We are Kia of Everett, and we believe that when you buy a car from us, it should be simple, easy, and fun. It's golf weather again. So May is Putt for Savings Month, and you're invited. Come take a test drive in your favorite new Kia, and if you love it, make a 10-foot putt to get up to $500 off the price. Because buying a car should be fun. Kia of Everett. Simple, easy, fun.
Some restrictions apply. Visit KiaofEverett.com for details.
It's a fact. When your eyes work correctly, light focuses through both your cornea and your lens to give you high-quality vision. Hi, it's Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision. Here's another fact. As we near age 50, we begin to lose the quality and function of our natural lens. That's when we start to reach for reading glasses and contemplate those cataracts on the horizon, typically in our 70s or later, but inevitable if we get old enough. Fortunately, K2 Vision has the advanced permanent solution for both, refractive lens exchange, or RLE. K2 Vision RLE is a quick, painless procedure that restores distance and near vision permanently. Plus, another thing is permanent. You will never develop a cataract. After over 20 years replacing over 100,000 failing lenses, we will help you determine when it's your right time for RLE. Go to K2VisionRLE.com and schedule a free Zoom consultation today. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, no contacts, no readers. Permanently.
Every family has a story to tell. At Dunn Lumber, ours is about trust. During the Great Depression, trust was hard to come by. People were so skeptical of banks. Customers would stop by the lumberyard, put their money in an envelope, and leave it in this safe. The safe still stands today as a symbol of our most valuable asset, your trust. If there's ever anything we can do to better earn your trust, email me personally. Mike Dunn at DunnLumber.com.
Dunn Lumber, building trust since 1907.
G. Scott here with former Seahawk Doug Baldwin. Tell us about Nourishing Champions.
We know the benefits for young people in sports, but we often don't think about the barriers. And one of those barriers is having proper nutrition. So Nourishing Champions, in partnership with Champions of Change and Safeway, is an effort to address those barriers so that our student athletes have what they need to excel both on the field and in the classroom.
High schools can apply for grants up to $25,000 from Nourishing Champions. Learn more at championsofchangefoundation.org/Nourishing Champions.
I've always been an athletic guy, but after turning 40, I noticed I was slowing down. I booked a free testosterone check with Revive Health and learned that low T doesn't just impact my performance in the bedroom. I've been following a custom treatment plan ever since, and today I'm feeling stronger and more confident than ever.
If you're ready to book your free T-check, text BOOST to 65555 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com to schedule your appointment. Message and data rates may apply. Message frequency varies. Text help for help. Text stop to cancel. See privacy policy at ReviveMen'sHealth.com/privacy policy. For info on how opt-in info will be used and terms and conditions at ReviveMen'sHealth.com/terms of use for terms of short code service.
Whatever temperatures this summer brings, your friendly and knowledgeable Bryant dealer is ready to help. Your dealer is committed to achieving a high level of training, and skills are backed by outstanding products from one of the industry's most trusted names, Bryant. So whether you need a quick fix or an entirely new cooling system, your local Bryant dealer will do whatever it takes for your family's comfort.
Schedule an appointment today. For a dealer near you, visit BryantNorthwest.com. Bryant, whatever it takes.
If it's time for a new bath, go with a name you can trust, Bathfitter Northwest. Bathfitter is the original one-day bath remodeler, and right now they're offering 0% interest for 24 months, and for a limited time, they'll pay your sales tax. Call Bathfitter today.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from Eastlake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 6:31. Police body cam video of last week's officer-involved shooting in Paulsbo is just now being released.
Police shot the suspect after he appeared to lunge at them with a knife. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is here with the audio from that body cam footage.
Yeah, back on May 7th, officers say they stopped a driver at Viking Way and Nordic Cove. That's less than a mile east of Highway 3. The body cam video appears to show officers break the suspect's window and fire pepper balls inside. Then The suspect got out of his car.
Hey, he's exiting.
Get with your hands up now!
Hey, he's got a knife. Back up. Hey, watch out. I'm going to pepper ball.
Seconds later, more pepper balls, and you can hear one officer then tried to de-escalate the situation.
I'm going to pepper ball.
Or you're going to get shot. You're going to get shot. Drop the knife, dude. Please. Hey, brother, we don't want to do this, man.
Yeah, unfortunately, next, though, officers had to tase the suspect twice, they tell us. However, on video, the suspect then appears to lunge forward with a knife in his hand anyway, and that's when police opened fire. Investigators say the suspect later died. Those officers are now on leave. State investigators are now looking into what exactly led up to that shooting.
Luke, thank you. Clark County has settled a lawsuit brought by a family of an unarmed black man shot to death by a sheriff's deputy in 2021. Mark Lindquist is one of the family's attorneys, and he tells KIRO Newsradio the county council approved a $3.5 million settlement.
From the beginning, the family wanted accountability. They now have their accountability, and they have closure.
Genoa Donald was shot in the head during a struggle with a deputy who had pulled him over. Donald's family says he was on the autism spectrum. Clark County confirms the settlement and says it continues to deny liability for this unfortunate incident.
It's now 6:33, and that's time to get back to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Chris Sullivan, already busy in spots.
Yeah, it is. We're especially coming up from the south end. I'm going to start with the I-5 corridor. One of my truckers out there is reporting that we have a stalled semi on northbound I-5 right as you get to Highway 18. I'm not sure if it's blocking or if it's off on the shoulder, but either way, we're running 25 minutes from Tacoma to Federal Way. That is about a 15-minute delay trying to get up to 320th there, and then you're going to have about a 45 to 50-minute trip from Federal Way to Seattle. So not exactly a great drive there at 7:30, and then, make that 6:30. Looking at Puyallup to Renton, just under 45 minutes. We're not too bad out of Auburn. We had an earlier crash just north of the Emerald Downs area. Looks like we might have another one there right before Highway 18 that's over on the shoulder. Then Renton to Bellevue is a little over 22 minutes. Coming down from the north end, you're going to need about 45 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. Brake lights at the Boeing Freeway and then more away from Linwood. The lake bridges, though, are quiet. This report brought to you by Global Credit Union, where members enjoy no-fee accounts and early payday with direct deposit. You can learn more at globalcu.org.
Forecast looks to be kind of rainy this afternoon, at least some showers, highs in the mid-50s. Tomorrow, cloudy, a high of 57. Rain on Saturday, a high of 58 and 60, and partly sunny on Sunday. Right now, it's 46 and partly cloudy in Seattle at 6:35.
And the opening bell is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Family of Funds.
Walmart is warning customers prices are about to go up. World's largest retailer made the announcement this morning. CEO Doug McMillon says they're doing their best to keep prices low, but simply can't eat the extra costs anymore. Even the reduced tariffs announced this week are still hitting hard. Walmart says the price hikes will begin later this month. The company also pulled its profit forecast, citing global economic uncertainty.
U.S. retail sales have slowed sharply in the month of April after seeing a spike the month before, ahead of President Trump's tariffs going into effect. Wendy Liebman is the CEO at WSL Strategic Retail.
Either they are buying ahead of what they see will be the impact from tariffs on certain categories, whether it's technology or it's other durables that they might need or want, or they're finding other places that are less expensive.
The deal that Boeing made with the government of Qatar for that country to purchase hundreds of Boeing jets is the latest in a string of recent major deals by the company. News Nation's Connell McShane reports.
Boeing has actually been having a pretty good run, not just this. When you look through what's been going on with Boeing, news-wise, China. Around 10 Boeing jets will now be delivered to China after it lifted the ban following the trade truce, if you will, with the United States. Then you got 50 that are set to be delivered to China this year. There was also the UK deal, right? That Boeing was impacted by that $10 billion plane deal as part of the UK trade deal. And then you had this $30 billion agreement with Korean Air for 50 wide-body jets.
More than 1,000 Starbucks baristas at 75 U.S. stores have gone on strike since Sunday. They're protesting a new company dress code As we hear from KIRO News Radio's Frank Lindsay.
Starbucks has put new limits on what its baristas can wear under their green aprons. The dress code requires employees at company-operated and licensed stores in the U.S. and Canada to wear a solid black shirt and khaki black or blue denim bottoms. Before, they could wear a broader range of dark colors and patterned shirts. Starbucks says the new rules would make it easier for their green aprons to stand out and create a sense of familiarity for their customers. But Starbucks Workers United says the dress code should be subject to collective bargaining, and it's filed a complaint with the National Labor Relations Board. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
We're learning what stores Rite Aid is planning to close after its most recent bankruptcy filing. The pharmacy chain says that many of its locations will either close or change ownership in the coming months. That includes local chain Bartell Drugs, which the Rite Aid company owns. According to a May 9th filing, this includes locations for Rite Aids in Kingston, Yelm, Granite Falls, Omak, Snoqualmie, and Anacortes. The North Bend Bartells on Bendigo Boulevard South is also headed for closure. So will the store off Basin Street in Ephrata.
Dick's Sporting Goods is buying Foot Locker.
Every shoe for every athlete, only at Dick's.
Dick's is shelling out $2.4 billion for the struggling footwear chain, which has 2,400 stores in 20 countries. Dick's says it will run Foot Locker as a standalone unit and keep its brands like Kids Foot Locker and Champ Sports. Footwear companies have been struggling since President Trump announced his tariffs. Most of their shoes are made in Asia. Earlier this month, Skechers announced the investment firm 3G Capital was taking it private in a $9 billion deal. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Well, Manda, you and I were talking about this yesterday.
This is silly.
It is silly, and the internet is having fun with it. The move to rebrand Max to what it used to be called, HBO Max.
The move to return to HBO Max has been mocked on social media. One suggests bringing back the old HBO movie intro. Another imagines white smoke emerging from a Warner Brothers tower when the decision was made. Max got the message, too, calling HBO a symbol of high quality, but also posting a line from its show True Detective.
Everything we've ever done or will do, we're going to do over and over and over again.
Steve Kathan, CBS News.
How much money do you think they spent on rebranding, which seemed silly in the first place?
Yeah, it had to be millions upon millions.
Of course.
On Wall Street right now, Dow Jones Industrial Average down 207 points. That's half a percentage point. S&P 500 is off by 20, and NASDAQ is down 117.
3 strikes, you're out. That's the law. It's supposed to keep violent felons in jail and keep us safe, but that's not always the case. KIRO 7 uncovers the way some dangerous criminals get around the law, and the consequences can be deadly. That's Monday at 6:45 a.m. on KIRO 7 News in the morning.
And Sully, what's coming up in traffic?
Well, we do have a stall blocking a lane up near 320th coming out of Federal Way. We'll break it down for you next.
The opening bell is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Common Sense Lending.
The John Curley Show.
When I was shooting at a squirrel, I was like 10 years old. I traded out. It was a high-8 film that got confused with my mom and dad's high-8 films from Singapore. And it had a woman undressing, so it was like a nudie film. I didn't even think like I was going to miss. And it went right past the squirrel. Yeah. And it hit my neighbor's a great big picture window. He got me dead to rights.
John Curley, weekdays 3 to 7 on KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM.
Charlie Harger here. When your hot turns to cold, you better think fast. Fast water heater. Call 1-800-THINK-FAST. That's 1-800-THINK-FAST or fastwaterheater.com.
You better think fast. Fast water heater.
At the Harnish Auto family, people matter isn't just a saying, it's how they do business. For over 40 years, their dealerships, Chevy, Buick, GMC, Volkswagen, Subaru of Puyallup, plus Chevrolet and Kia of Everett, have built a stellar reputation on trust, respect, and great deals. From supporting local charities to making sure every customer drives away happy, they're here for you. Stop by any of their dealerships or visit HarnishAutoFamily.com and find your next car today. Harnish Auto Family. People matter.
Hey there, Dawn Riling with Olympic Hot Tub. Get ready to unleash your best self with your very own hot spring spa. Hot spring spas feature the amazing freshwater IQ salt system. Enjoy healthy saltwater soaks and a tub that automatically tests your water for you. And now till May 15th, save up to $3,800 on your new hot tub. Details at olympichottub.com. Better you, better life.
Olympic Hot Tub.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb.
Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
It's 6:43, and Sully is watching the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk.
And we've got a stalled out big rig. Looks like a northbound I-5 in the right center lane, right after 320th. Want to thank my friend Will out there letting me know that there was a semi there blocking. And yeah, we're backed up all the way before Highway 18 and really kind of down the hill towards Fife. We're up to 30 minutes now to make that drive from Tacoma to Federal Way. That is a 20-minute delay just to kind of get up the hill and get going on that drive to Seattle. Federal Way to Seattle after that, because everyone's kind of stuck there, is running right around 50 minutes, which isn't too bad for this time of day. Now, the Renton to Bellevue drive is starting to add more customers. We've got a 30-minute trip for you, maybe just a little under. Spillover onto 167 is real, and then it's heavy out of Auburn. There's another little crash there over on the shoulder right as you get to Highway 18. So we're closer to 50 minutes now from Puyallup to Renton. Coming down from the north end, not too bad through Marysville, not too bad down the hill to Highway 2. I mean, by that, I mean it's normal coming out of Lake Stevens, getting down to the trestle. Some brake lights around 128th in South Everett, a little bit away from Linwood. Little over 45 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue, maybe 48 for either one of those drives. The lake bridges are still fine. 16 looks pretty good. 18 is heavy over Tiger Mountain, working your way to I-90, but that is normal. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
We'll see you again in 10 minutes. Sunshine in spots for this morning, but showers by afternoon. Headed for a high of 56 today. We're going to stay cloudy for your Friday tomorrow, 57. And it looks like kind of steady rain is in the forecast for Saturday with a high of 58. Right now it's 45 in Seattle.
Now let's check in with Katrina Gashard at the news desk.
A serial bank robber continues to evade Seattle police and the FBI. Since June of last year, a suspect described as an Asian woman in her early 20s has pulled off 7 robberies. On Monday at the U.S. Bank in Seattle's Magnolia neighborhood, she flashed a gun before making a swift exit. Maggie Izazari, a Magnolia resident, tells KIRO 7 TV.
Sooner or later, she will get caught. So it's just a matter of time.
So far, the woman has stolen over $7,500 in cash. Today, you have a chance to hear about Snohomish County's first ever community wildfire protection plan. More than 15% of the county's population lives in areas where wildfire protection challenges are high. You have a chance to find out how to keep family, pets, and livestock prepared for fires. You can show up at any time between 5:30 and 7:30 to the Stillaguamish Conference Room at the City of Arlington's Public Works Office. And Skagit County is also prepping for wildfire season. A modified burn ban will go into effect on June 15th in unincorporated areas. The county says it's due to the current and forecasted weather conditions.
Thank you. Coming up, consumer man Herb Weisbaum on how to get the most from those perks that your credit card offers.
Hi, I'm Keith Dashafee, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. We're celebrating 100 years of Pella excellence with an offer as strong as our legacy. Get $100 off every window, $100 off every door, and enjoy 100 days with no interest and no payments. It's our way of saying thank you for letting us be a part of your homes for a century. Visit PellaPNW.com to schedule your free consultation today. Pella, 100 years strong.
When we reach our golden years, it's natural to want to stay in our homes. We've worked hard for them, but as our minds and bodies age, the home can become an unsafe place where loneliness thrives. Amanda here for Care Partners Senior Living. Our communities offer safe living spaces and managed common areas with medical professionals on site and ready to help. We assist you with your mobility when needed, allowing you to socialize or participate in activities whenever you like. Care Partners Senior Living provides both privacy and socialization at your desired pace. You aren't living alone in our communities because help is always nearby. And believe it or not, community living can be more cost-effective than in-home care. With locations throughout Washington and Arizona, you'll find a Care Partners community near you. Care, it's in our name and what we do. Learn more at carepartnersliving.com.
With 30 communities, including Covington, Bremerton, Snohomish, and the grand opening of North Creek Bothell, there's quality senior care at an affordable price near you. Visit carepartnersliving.com.
One of the greatest bands in rock history, The Who, present The Song Is Over, the North American Farewell Tour. See Pete Townsend and Roger Daltrey, The Who, performing at Climate Pledge Arena September 25th. Pre-sale for City Card members begins Tuesday at 10 a.m. at livenation.com. The Who, for the very last time.
The song is over.
For more, visit thewho.com.
Call or click 811 before you dig. Anything that causes you to roll up your sleeves a little and dig in requires you to first connect with 811. Call or click 811 and visit safeexcavator.com.
Time is running out to save during our preseason AC sale happening now at Bob's Heating and Air Conditioning. Don't miss your chance to save 10% on a new air conditioner, heat pump, or ductless system to keep your home cool all summer long. Join thousands of satisfied customers and put your trust in the team voted best in the Pacific Northwest year after year. Hurry and call Bob's for your free AC estimate today.
Bob's Heating and Air Conditioning. Call Bob.
News matters. Experience counts. You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Everyone loves free perks, but you can't take advantage of them if you don't know about them. Credit cards offer all sorts of free perks besides points and miles.
Consumer man Herb Weisbaum is here to highlight some of the best ones available, and Herb is a contributing editor at checkbook.org. Herb, where do we start?
Well, I'm going to give you 4 categories to choose from. Amanda, we're going to start with you. Do you want buying stuff, travel protection, or odds and ends?
I like shopping, buying stuff.
Well, some credit cards offer guaranteed returns. Charge something to many American Express cards, and the company will reimburse you up to $300 if you attempt to return it to the store within 90 days, but the retailer won't take it back. There is a maximum of $1,000 per card per year for this perk, but it's a pretty good one. And then you can get free shipping via ShopRunner if you have an American Express or World Elite MasterCard and you join ShopRunner, an Amazon Prime competitor offering 2-day shipping and free returns for more than 100 plus retailers, and you can skip their annual $79 membership fee. Then there's price protection. Some credit cards will let you apply to receive a refund if within a few weeks of purchasing something you find that you could have bought it for less. You can usually show just a proof of receipt or something like that and get it on your credit card. So you probably might want to go back to the store first if that's the store that lowered the price. But if you can't do that, price protection will help you get some money back. So those are 3 really good ones. Charlie, would you like travel protection or odds and ends?
Well, I have a bunch of trips coming up this summer, so why don't we go with travel?
Oh, where are we going, Charlie?
The fabulous town of Cooperstown, New York, among others.
Baseball Hall of Fame.
Yes,
Awesome.
yes.
Remember, I went to school at Syracuse, so I'm familiar with a beautiful, beautiful city. Well, some of these cards give you preferred boarding. Most cards do, actually, an airline-affiliated rewards card. So that's like why we have an Alaska Airlines card, because we almost always fly Alaska Airlines, and that gets you higher up in the which zone it is. So you usually be 3 or 4 with an affiliated credit card as opposed to being 5, 6, or 7. So you can stow your onboard luggage, and you may even get a free bag check. So that's a good perk. Some cards will reimburse you for TSA PreCheck, Global Entry, or Clear Frequent Traveler programs. They will pay you the money it costs to join these programs, which is a pretty good deal. Rental car coverage, in the last few years, some of the cards have dropped this benefit, but some still provide it. Keep in mind, this is typically secondary insurance. So what this means is if there's a problem, you have to file a claim with your insurance company, and then the credit card will pick up whatever is not left over. But I have a special tip for you, because I've used this for years. American Express cards offer insurance on rental cars that's primary coverage. They don't advertise it a lot. I had to find out about it from a friend. Well, here's your friend telling you about it on KIRO Radio. Call them up and find out about their rental insurance program. If you rent a car, it's $25 per rental, if you rent it with their card, per rental, up to 30 days. And it covers the damage for the vehicle, and there's no muss and there's no fuss. You don't have to file a claim with your insurance company. It's primary. So I had an accident in Hawaii a couple of years ago. Somebody sideswiped the car in the parking lot. We got in the car in the rain to drive it to the airport, and the guy goes, "Hey, what's this on the door here, buddy?" And I said, "Oh, geez." He says, "Who's your insurance? American Express?" Fine. He filed the claim. American Express sent me an email and said, "Everything's taken care of. Thank you for being a card holder." If you have the card, check that out. It's $20 a rental, not a day.
Wow.
And Herb, we're almost out of time, but I think our old pal Herb is going to tell us that we only do this if we're able to pay this back at the end of the month, right?
Yeah, some of these perks come with cards that have no annual fees, so that's fine. But if you're getting a card for like a bonus, the miles and the points that everybody wants, these bonus offers, yes, you only take out a card where you're going to pay a steep annual fee if you're paying off the bill every single month. Good point, Charlie.
All right, Herb, where can we find out more?
Go to checkbook.org. You can read the full article. We have all kinds of perks for health insurance, credit cards, AAA members. And then there's a podcast as well at consumerpedia.org. We talk about it for a half an hour, run down all the perks you can get take advantage of.
Consumer man Herb Weisbaum, you're the best. Thank you so much.
Bye, guys.
It almost felt like Herb wanted to say, "Good point for once, Charlie."
For once.
It almost felt that way. It's 6:53. Listen over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Sully.
And we have cleared the stalled semi that was blocking a center lane on northbound I-5 right at 320th. It's over on the right-hand side, and so hopefully we'll be getting better soon. But it's a 30-minute trip from Tacoma to Federal Way. That is a 20-minute delay, so that is a big-time delay. Once you get through that, it's only 52 minutes to go from Federal Way to Seattle, which isn't too bad. The Valley Freeway is now up over 50 minutes, with 27 of those minutes out of Auburn. Eastbound 512 is doing its normal thing before 7 a.m., which is starting to crowd down the South Hill. Rented to Bellevue, about a half an hour, so that's about average. Coming down from the north end, a lot more braking past the Boeing Freeway today, and then a lot more away from Linwood. We're over 50 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue, which by most days, and even a Thursday, that might be a little lighter than normal, but not by much. Across the lake, we're still doing really well. 16 back and forth between Port Orchard and Tacoma is fine. A little braking past Cheney Stadium eastbound, but that's not too big of a deal. And then Tiger Mountains, its normal slow self, eastbound 18, trying to work your way up to I-90. Olympia to Tacoma, though, no issues for you guys. Nice and easy at about 35 minutes. This report brought to you by ProSculpt, the one-day permanent fat loss and skin tightening solution for men and women, offered by New Skin Med Spa in Bellevue. Book your free consultation, prosculpt.com.
We're going to see a little sunshine for the morning hours, but showers expected by afternoon today. We're headed for a high of 56. Pretty much the same deal tomorrow, 58, but the showers will come in the morning instead of the afternoon. And then Saturday just looks like a pretty wet day, rain and 57. Right now in Seattle, we're seeing some sunshine. It's 45.
Well, coming up in the next hour, News Nation's Xavier Walton with an immigration report, finding out about a standoff at the Bluebonnet Detention Center in Texas. This is between ICE and members of the Tren de Aragua gang. Xavier will have details at 7:15. Of course, we have Sully coming up with another traffic report at 7:03. You are listening to Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio.
Winners of 3 2025 Regional Edward R. Murrow Awards, including Overall Excellence, Feature Reporting, and Sports Reporting.
Sneakers squeak across the Storm's new practice facility. In Seattle, Heather Bosch, KIRO News Radio.
We thank you. We are the Northwest leading news station because of you.
Inspiring us every day to deliver the local news and stories you care about.
On KIRO News Radio, YouTube, the app, and 97.3 FM. KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See dealer for full details and disclaimers.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
At the Harnish Auto family, people matter isn't just a saying. It's how they do business. For over 40 years, their dealerships, Chevy, Buick, GMC, Volkswagen, Subaru of Puyallup, plus Chevrolet and Kia of Everett, have built a stellar reputation on trust, respect, and great deals. From supporting local charities to making sure every customer drives away happy, they're here for you. Stop by any of their dealerships or visit HarnishAutoFamily.com and find your next car today. Harnish Auto Family. People matter.
Hi, I'm Keith Dashafee, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. We're celebrating 100 years of Pella excellence with an offer as strong as our legacy. Get $100 off every window, $100 off every door, and enjoy 100 days with no interest and no payments. It's our way of saying thank you for letting us be a part of your homes for a century. Visit PellaPNW.com to schedule your free consultation today. Pella, 100 years strong.
She and Ursula, weekdays from 9 to noon on KIRO Newsradio.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
the Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Texas fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report August 2024.
Americans love using their credit cards, the most secure and hassle-free way to pay. But DC politicians want to change that with the Durbin-Marshall credit card bill. This bill lets corporate megastores pick how your credit card is processed, allowing them to use untested payment networks that jeopardize your data security and rewards. Corporate megastores will make more money, and you pay the price. Tell Congress to guard your card, because Americans lose when politicians choose. Learn more at guardyourcard.com. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Many split systems give you efficient zoned heating and cooling comfort for less. Call Home Comfort Alliance for a free consultation and easy 18-month zero-interest financing. Visit HomeComfortAlliance.com today.
Your best source for local news. KIRO News Radio. KIRO FM and HD1. Tacoma, Seattle. Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. A new warning from Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell on what's to come in the months ahead as a result of uncertainty over President Trump's tariffs.
We may be entering a period of more frequent and potentially more persistent supply shocks, a difficult challenge for the economy and for central banks.
He says longer-term interest rates are likely to go up. As for retail sales, the Commerce Department reports consumers spent just a little more, 0.1% in April. That's a sharp slowdown from 1.7% the month before. CBS's Emily Pandis.
People are waiting and seeing how tariff policy is going to impact their pocketbooks and impact prices before they go out and start buying things en masse.
If you're looking to buy a home, chances are prices are too darn high. A National Realtors Group confirms a nagging affordability gap.
The report says households earning $75,000 a year can only afford 21% of home listings.
Even though listings are up in some areas, they're often priced well above what most local households can afford.
Nadia Evangelou with the National Association of Realtors on where people can get the most for their buck.
Iowa, Indiana, Illinois, Ohio, and West Virginia are states where affordability is actually relatively healthy.
CBS's Matt Piper. The Supreme Court's hearing arguments on President Trump's push to stop lower courts from holding up his executive orders on things like birthright citizenship. Correspondent Jan Crawford.
Presidents in both parties, going back President Obama, President Biden, they also opposed nationwide injunctions because Republicans were going to judges in conservative states and getting them to enter their rulings that applied nationwide.
Ukraine's Vladimir Zelensky flew to Turkey today, but after meeting with President Erdogan in Ankara, he scrapped plans to attend peace talks in Istanbul over Vladimir Putin's decision not to show up. President Trump spoke in Qatar.
I just hope that Russia and Ukraine are able to do something because it has to stop.
Lawyers for Sean Combs have just begun cross-examining his ex-girlfriend at the rap mogul's racketeering and sex trafficking trial. Cassie Ventura spent 2 days on the witness stand, detailing years of alleged violence and manipulation. Attorney Judy Saunders specializes in sexual abuse cases.
They'll likely use photos and videos to show different times over the course of the relationship where they may have appeared to be happy and, put real question and doubt in the mind of the jury.
Dow down 166. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
It's 7:03 here on KIRO Newsradio. Let's check in with Sully at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And it looks pretty average for a Thursday with one exception, and that's the northbound I-5 drive getting from Fife up towards Highway 18. We had a stall up past 320th that just got pulled out of the way about 15 minutes ago, and so we're still running at 35 minutes from Tacoma to Federal Way. That is a 25-minute delay as you work your way up the hill and from Tacoma on up. And that puts us close to an hour and a half to make it all the way to Seattle, even though Federal Way to Seattle is running just under an hour. So, plus or minus, not too bad overall. But, yeah, I'm hoping that'll clear out soon. Northbound 167 continues to struggle, 30 minutes out of Auburn and 50-plus out of Puyallup. No real issues along the way there. About Renton to Bellevue, a little over 30 minutes now. Coming down from the north end, you're definitely going to need about 52 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. Brake lights by the Boeing Freeway and away from Linwood. The Lake bridges are still quiet, and Olympia to Tacoma looks really good at 35 minutes. KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 7:04. We have breaking news this morning. A man is in the hospital after an officer-involved shooting in Bremerton.
KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey joins us live with what we know.
It happened around 11:30 last night in the Fred Meyer parking lot along State Route 303. A worker with a mobile surveillance company called 911. You know those stands you see in the parking lots now with the blue lights and the cameras? Well, he was working one of those and told dispatchers he saw someone who looked like they were prowling. Kitsap County spokesperson Kevin McCarty tells me 5 deputies and 2 state troopers then arrived at the scene.
At some point, there was contact with the suspect and shots were fired and the suspect was injured.
However, it's unclear right now whether a deputy or a trooper fired their weapon. It's also unclear why they fired on the suspect.
As far as what led up to gunshots, I don't have that information at this point. It's not clear. That's part of the investigation, is to determine what happened.
The suspect was taken to Tacoma General in stable condition, we're told. Investigators are getting a search warrant, they told me right now, to look inside the car. They tell me they think there are several guns inside that suspect's car. No members of law enforcement were injured. But also coming up at the bottom of the hour, body cam footage of last week's officer-involved shooting in Poulsbo, not too far away, has also just been released.
I'm going to pepper ball. Pepper ball!
Drop the knife or you're going to get shot.
You're going to get shot. Drop the knife, dude. Please. Hey, brother, we don't want to do this, man.
The suspect in that case died, and we're going to have more from that body cam. You'll hear the audio coming up at the bottom of the hour, 7:30.
Appreciate it, Luke. It's 7:06. There is a new curveball in the case involving Trooper Christopher Gadd's death. According to Como, defense attorneys want the case tossed out. They say the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office worked too closely with ICE, violating state sanctuary laws. Emails and court filings show a legal assistant contacted immigration officials about Benitez Santana's bail hearing. He's accused of killing Trooper Gadd by slamming him into him at more than than 100 miles per hour. Happened in March of last year on I-5 near Marysville. The defense says ICE showed up in court and scared off family who might have helped post bail. Prosecutors haven't responded yet. A judge will decide Monday if the case moves forward.
Flags across Washington are flying at half-staff today. Governor Bob Ferguson ordered it to mark Peace Officers Memorial Day. The day honors those who gave their lives while serving their communities. Part of National Police Week, which includes memorials and support events. Flags will stay lowered until sunset. The tribute recognizes both the service and sacrifice of law enforcement.
Keeping you informed since 1974. This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio.
Oh, hi.
Well, 7:07, what you don't want to do, Manda, if you don't want to throttle him, is ask Chris Sullivan about the Beatles.
Oh, okay. I'll never do that.
I wanted to ruffle Sully's feathers today.
Good decision.
Are the feathers ruffled, Sully?
Oh, they can be. Depends on how the next hour goes.
All righty then.
He's not a fan.
Just tell Sully to get
that.
back to where you want to
Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's
Where
producer
else do I
David.
belong?
You belong at the traffic desk to do traffic for us every 10 minutes on the threes.
All right. We have Nick at the board running the music for us today. Katrina Gashard is out at the news desk keeping us on top of the top stories. And we don't want to talk about the Mariners either.
Let's just move along. They lost.
Okay, they lost.
On to a new series.
Taking on the Padres. Okay, coming up this hour, News Nation's Xavier Walton is at the U.S.-Mexico border talking about the Trump administration's latest attempt to deport undocumented immigrants from Venezuela. That was happening in front of the Supreme Court this week, and Xavier has more on that story.
Also, CBS military analyst Jeff McCausland takes a look at the upcoming talks in Turkey between Russia and Ukraine and how President Trump could affect that.
To Olympia, where Governor Bob Ferguson is reviewing a stack of bills, and people are watching closely. That includes the 2-year budget and a $9.4 billion tax package. The Washington State Standard caught up with Ferguson in Lacey this week. He wouldn't say whether he plans to sign all those bills, but he warned cutting alone can't fix a $16 billion hole. He says new taxes are necessary, though he knows it hurts affordability. The budget includes new funding for public safety and transportation. He has until Tuesday to sign or veto.
Seattle City Council has approved an expansion of the existing traffic safety camera program. It allows more automated cameras to be installed in areas where police say there's speeding and dangerous driving. Final vote this week was 8-0.
New initiative to boost business and public safety in the International Chinatown District. KIRO News Radio's James Lynch has more.
Mayor Bruce Harrell was joined by community partners and Amazon to provide $1 million in new investments in the CID. The goal is to create a safer neighborhood, help those struggling with addiction and homelessness, and to help small businesses thrive. Mayor Harrell says a big part of that is a new CID ambassador program.
They'll support tourists and local residents. They'll build relationships and provide assistance to business owners. They'll help foster safe environments through de-escalation.
Mayor Harrell says the CID ambassadors will work 7 days a week from 2 to 10 p.m. In Seattle, James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
A safety meeting meant to calm West Seattle neighbors had the opposite effect. Fox 13 reports that people packed into a neighborhood house last night. The topic was recent crimes where suspects used guns. Councilmember Rob Saka and Police Chief Sean Barnes shared updates. That includes new lighting, sidewalk upgrades, and added patrols. But the crowd turned tense when they weren't allowed to ask live questions. They were told to submit questions in advance. One man said bullets hit his baby's car seat and city leaders didn't respond. He and others demanded more transparency and real action. The meeting ended with shouting and walkouts.
Members of Congress are right now considering a federal budget that would drastically cut Medicaid spending. The Trump administration argues it's eliminating fraud and waste.
They're saying, no, they're not kicking anybody off. But the reality is that you just don't get that kind of savings without kicking a lot of people off.
And Washington Congresswoman Kim Schreier, a Democrat and a pediatrician, says that will end up costing everyone.
Those patients are still going to get sick. They're actually going to get sicker. They're not going to be able to go to their primary care physician. Instead, they're going to go to the emergency room. And then the wait in the emergency room gets longer. And because they can't pay for that care, the hospitals are going to have to eat it.
She says hospitals will have to respond by making their own cuts to service. Valley Medical just announced it's cutting 5 clinics, consolidating 2 others, and eliminating 2 hospital units by the end of June.
While President Trump travels abroad, here at home, debate continues on his controversial tariffs. Perhaps no one can explain it better than former Washington Governor Gary Locke. Here's KIRO News Radio's James Lynch.
Public trust in a politician, perhaps no one has more than former Governor Gary Locke. He also served as U.S. Commerce Secretary and Ambassador to China. Given his experience, he knows a thing or two about tariffs. Here's his bottom line.
The Targets, the Walmarts, the Home Depots, the Nordstroms, they pay that tariff. And so if the prices double, you know they're going to pass it on to the consumer.
Locke says in a tariff war, consumers on both sides lose. James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
It's been about 16 months since the Seahawks parted ways with head coach Pete Carroll, who oversaw the greatest run of success in franchise history. He joined Brock and Salk on our sister station, 710 Seattle Sports, yesterday morning.
I was going to hang with some guys more than maybe he would at the time, and the changes they made have obviously turned out great. They got a good coach and a good staff, and they're rolling, and so more power to them.
He also seemed to let it slip that his new team, the Las Vegas Raiders, will face the Seahawks in the opening game of the preseason. So far, nothing official on that. The regular season schedule is out now, and the Hawks open the season playing the 49ers on September 7th.
That'll be fun. All right, it's 7:13 and time to check traffic. We do that every 10 minutes on the 3s for you. And Sully is over at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
I think we're going to do a little weather first.
Oh, gosh darn it. Yes, we are.
This is the one where we go reverse.
I know. You'd think I'd get it down by then.
It's okay.
No. Our friends at State Roofing and Exteriors appreciate the forecast because we are looking for some showers this afternoon and a high of 56, 57, and cloudy tomorrow. Looks pretty dry for your Friday. Saturday, showers make a comeback and maybe a 1/4 of an inch of rain on Saturday. Sunday, looking partly cloudy and 60. Manda, would you like to go again?
It's actually Chris Sullivan's turn at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Now, take it away.
And don't call it a comeback.
That was pretty quick.
Going to knock you out, pal.
Yeah, you are, because your mama told you to. Looking at the drive right now, we might have another stall approaching 320th on northbound I-5. We're getting some reports there of another, maybe a left center lane now blocked because of that, and it was already not great coming up from Tacoma to Federal Way. A 30-minute trip there, maybe a little under, but that's been about a 20-minute delay today. We had an earlier installed semi in that same general area. After that, Federal Way to Seattle now up over an hour and 5 minutes. Got 35 minutes from South Center. So definitely seeing the heavy brake lights there. Over 30 minutes again from Auburn to Renton as you hit the brakes before Highway 18, and then you're on and off them all the way up to 405. Overall, about 55 minutes from Puyallup up to Renton. Renton to Bellevue, 35 minutes now. A lot more action up past 30th, kind of meandering up towards the Coal Creek Parkway area. Coming down from the north end, over an hour now, definitely, from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. Brake lights at the Boeing Freeway, and then really heavy pulling away from Linwood. Not too far south of the county line after that, but just be prepared. We're filling in. Across the lake, no issues. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
At 7:15, we check in at the news desk with Katrina Gashard.
The Seattle International Film Festival kicks off today. The lineup includes 130 independent films from gripping dramas to thought-provoking documentaries. Over the next 10 days, audiences can catch screenings at 6 different venues, vote for their favorites, and even stream select films online. Over in Pierce County, the library system was hit by hackers. The library catalog was recently down for more than a week. The library confirmed some library data was taken. Details of the access information are still under investigation. The library's communication manager tells the News Tribune people whose personal information was impacted will be notified. No word yet on when things will be back up and running.
Thanks, Katrina. 7:15 now.
Bringing you Seattle's morning news since 1974. This is KIRO News Radio.
Good morning. It's 7:16. The Trump administration's push to deport undocumented migrants continues to intensify, with the debate over due process and the Alien Enemies Act at the center of the argument.
And the latest push comes from the U.S. Supreme Court. It has received a filing from the Justice Department this week, claiming that over 20 migrants being held at the Bluebonnet Detention Center in Texas barricaded themselves in a housing unit for several hours and threatened to take hostages and harm ICE officers.
Covering this story for News Nation is Xavier Walton reporting from Alvarado, Texas this morning. Let's go a little further into this court filing from the Trump administration. What is being claimed?
Well, at this point, and this is what's interesting, I'm outside of the Prairie Land Detention Center. So those Venezuelan migrants that you were just talking about, they were actually transferred here from the Blue Bonnet facility where both of those incidents took place. And I say both because there was a video, and I don't know if your listeners remember this, but there was a video and some pictures that went viral at the detention center where they had written out the letters with their bodies, and it shaped the words SOS, obviously the cry for help. So it was a couple days before that video went viral, so to speak, at the same Blue Bonnet facility. These same detainees, according to the Justice Department, there's a little more than 20 of them, but yeah, they were barricading, front and rear entrances to get in, using their beds or their cots, if you will. They were covering up the windows, covering up surveillance cameras, and this is all according to the Department of Justice, the DOJ. So with all of that in mind, and then we reached out to the director of the field office here in Dallas. I'm outside of Dallas, but about 30 minutes. And he was saying, yeah, they were trying to do that, trying to take hostages like you mentioned, but also trying to clog the toilets and just really creating, I guess, according to the DOJ, a chaotic scene. And that led to the SOS, which led to them being moved later to where I am this morning here in Alvarado, just outside of the Prairie Land Detention Center. That was on May 4th when they were moved. And then the Trump administration just this week filing that emergency deal with the Supreme Court. So it is a wait and see kind of thing right now. See if that temporary pause is lifted. I guess you could say the ball is in the Supreme Court's court,
Sure, Xavier, and just so I'm clear, is ICE saying these guys who are being locked up right now, they're trained de Aragua?
Correct, and I'm sorry, I left that out, and that is a very important part of the story, so that's my bad. So Trump administration, ICE, they're saying that actually they're pretty bold with some of their language here, but yes, they're claiming that they are members of the notorious violent gang Tren de Aragua, whereas, these guys that have been detained are saying, no, we are not. Their attorneys say, hey, no, we are not. ICE even put out a statement just within the last 24 to 48 hours. We got our hands on it, basically calling them, a foreign terrorist organization, saying that they, rape, maim, and murder for sport. Talking about the men that are in their custody here at the Prairie Land Detention Center. Those are all claims, obviously, the attorneys of these men who are doing everything they can to, not be deported to this prison in El Salvador. But they're saying, hey, no, that is not true. And then you got ICE and you got the Trump administration saying, hey, no, these guys are part of this violent gang.
And Xavier, I just so I'm clear on this, are these people who would have otherwise normally just have been immediately deported under the old Trump administration policy, but now with the new restrictions in place, they need at least some form of due process before they are sent out of the country?
Yeah, that's a great question because there is a little bit of a gray area because we've already seen some migrants, so to speak, being transported to that prison in El Salvador. These guys were, in this group specifically that I'm talking about, that I'm here outside of the Prairie Land Detention Center, that came from Blue Bonnet related to those two incidents. They were on their way to being transported to El Salvador when the Supreme Court stepped in and said, hey, let's hold it, let's pause. The Alien Enemies Act is not going to work here, and temporary pause. So they were well on their way to being deported. Now they're kind of left in limbo as their attorneys kind of fight it out. And then also the Supreme Court waits to come to a conclusion. And that's really what everybody's waiting on right now. Obviously, Trump's team filing some paperwork this week. They're waiting, and we're waiting, too, to see what's going to happen.
We'll be watching for your updates. Thank you so much. Xavier Walton of News Nation with us from Texas.
The X-Man. All right. It's 7:21 now on Seattle's Morning News. The head of ICE testified before Congress yesterday about the deaths of detainees in U.S. custody. With that story, here's CBS's Linda Kenyon.
The acting director of ICE, Todd Lyons, says yes, there have been deaths.
Our total death in custody right now is up to 9. We do conduct a thorough investigation on all of those.
While the circumstances surrounding those deaths remain unclear, Lyons pledged transparency in getting the answers. His testimony came amid a surge in detentions and a recent scuffle outside an ICE detention center in New Jersey, which led to the arrest of Newark's mayor. He and 3 members of Congress made an unannounced visit to the facility. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, Washington.
Federal judges have used injunctions to pause executive actions by President Trump, such as his attempt to end birthright citizenship, while their legality is reviewed. Amid other attacks against the judicial branch, Trump and his allies have claimed those who try to block such actions are activist judges.
Now, the Supreme Court, whose conservative majority includes 3 Trump appointees, will today consider whether judges have the power to issue injunctions that apply nationwide. Jan Crawford from CBS News has more.
This is not about the merits of birthright citizenship. It is only about whether judges who are looking at cases challenging President Trump's policies can enter injunctions blocking them that apply across the country. It won't tell us whether President Trump is right or wrong on that issue. All courts that have considered it so far think he's wrong, but the Supreme Court's not going to look at that right now. They will eventually.
It's just about 7:23 now, and that's time to get back to Chris Sullivan. He's checking traffic every 10 minutes from the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And we do have our second stall of the morning in the exact same spot. Northbound I-5 right at 320th. This one is in the center lane. It looks like IRT and the State Patrol are trying to get this guy out of the way. But it's right there where we had a stalled semi earlier that's still over on the right-hand shoulder. So Tacoma to Federal Way is back up over 25 minutes, probably 30 again, which is a 15-plus minute delay as you work your way up. We're backing up down the 5 hills, so I'm hoping they can get this thing out of the way quickly so we can kind of get back to normal. Then we got about an hour and 10-minute trip from Federal Way to Seattle. About 40 of those minutes are from South Center, so those last couple of miles are going to be pretty heavy. Also starting to see 509 back up out of Burien from about 128th on up, so not exactly a great alternate to the freeway. Federal Way Renton to Bellevue is running at about 40 minutes. A lot more action there through the S-curves, working your way up to about 44th. Behind that on the Valley Freeway, about 30 minutes out of Auburn and a little over 52 minutes to go from Puyallup. Most of Pierce County is in pretty good shape. I mean, a little bit more yellow than red. Coming down from the north end, though, different story. We've got an hour drive from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue, maybe an hour and 10 now on I-5 as the brake lights kind of continue almost all the way down across the Ship Canal Bridge. Lake bridges, they are in fine shape. This report brought to you by Kia of Everett. Kia of Everett's the simple, easy, fun way to buy or lease your new Kia. You can visit KiaofEverett.com, or you can learn more by going and checking out the Putt for Savings event, which is going on right now.
We're expecting to have showers this afternoon and highs in the mid-50s today. Clouds and highs in the mid-50s for your Friday. Right now, I see sun breaks in Seattle, and it's 49.
And coming up, more of your top local headlines. Also, our Tech Talk moment from KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey. More and more police departments are using direct-to-consumer genetic testing companies to solve crimes through DNA. Is it good police work? Luke speaks with an expert coming up on Seattle's Morning News.
This hour is brought to you by Beacon Plumbing.
The G and Ursula Show.
You know what I've just realized? Because
you don't watch any TV.
And you watch a ton.
A ton. I do.
I need to slow my roll in terms of my social life outside of the home.
In order for me to get tired at night, I think it's because of what we do.
Yes.
And people says, oh, you're so angry. Well, there's a lot of stuff to be angry about. But I can't shut off.
Yeah.
So I need something to take my mind off things.
Yeah, I get that.
But I do watch a lot of shows.
Watch the G and Ursula Show live on YouTube, weekdays 9 to noon.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Apparently, I have the ankles of a 70-year-old person instead of a 45-year-old person.
This is Carrie, and her love for gymnastics and dance was starting to take a toll on her body.
There's a group of us that actually did adult gymnastics. I'm sure that wasn't good for my body either.
So, of course, she sought treatment for those rapidly aging ankles.
I started seeing a new podiatrist. Even those treatments weren't working.
And that's when someone close to her recommended Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine.
It was my therapist that told me about Dr. Wagner. I did not know there was such a thing as stem cells. I started researching. I thought it was super fascinating.
And how has the treatment worked so far?
I used my crutches to leave the office. After that, I never used my crutches again.
Whether it's a shoulder, hip, knee, or old ankles, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
If I win the lottery, I would get stem cells from Dr. Wagner on every joint in my body.
Unleash your best self with an endless pool from Olympic Hot Tub, the best swim spa you can own. Now through May 15th, save up to $8,800 on an endless pool swim spa package. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See for full details and disclaimer.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzz driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
An illegal alien from Guatemala charged with raping a child in Massachusetts. An MS-13 gang member from El Salvador accused of murdering a Texas man. A Venezuelan charged with filming and selling child pornography in Michigan. These are just some of the heinous migrant criminals caught because of President Donald J. Trump's leadership. I'm Kristi Noem, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. Under President Trump, attempted illegal border crossings are at the lowest levels ever recorded, and over 100,000 illegal aliens have been arrested. If you are here illegally, you're next. You will be fined nearly $1,000 a day, imprisoned, and deported. You will never return. But if you register using our CBP Home app and leave now, you could be allowed to return legally. Do what's right. Leave now. Under President Trump, America's laws, border, and families will be protected.
Sponsored by the United States Department of Homeland Security.
Announcing the newest, most beautiful senior living community around. It's the grand opening of Vineyard Park at North Creek Bothell, a Care Partners senior living community. Amanda here. Discover vibrant, independent, assisted living and memory care where seniors thrive with top-notch care, engaging activities, and a warm, welcoming environment. Visit carepartnersliving.com now to schedule a visit and be one of the first to call Vineyard Park at North Creek home. The grand opening of Vineyard Park at North Creek Bothell going on now. Visit carepartnersliving.com.
Call or click 811 before you dig. Anything that causes you to roll up your sleeves a little and dig in requires you to first connect with 811. Call or click 811 and visit safeexcavator.com.
Cars for Kids, your trusted charity for car donations, also accepts donations of boats, RVs, motorcycles, and real estate. Call today, 877-CARS4KIDS.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from Eastlake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 7:31. Police body cam video of last week's officer-involved shooting in Paulsbo is just now being released.
Police shot the suspect after he appeared to lunge at them with a knife. KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey is here with audio from that body cam footage.
Yeah, this happened back on May 7th. Officers stopped 41-year-old Justin Mowgli at Viking Way in Nordic Cove. That's less than a mile east of Highway 3. Seconds later, deputies say the suspect got out of his car.
Hey, he's exiting. Put your hands up now! Hey, he's got a knife. Back up. Hey, watch out. I'm going to pepper ball.
Moments after that, more pepper balls, and you can hear one of the officers here in this audio try to de-escalate the situation.
Off the knife, or you're going to get shot. You're going to get shot. Drop the fucking knife, dude. Please. Hey, brother, we don't want to do this, man. Hey, my name is... What's your name? Get cover now. What's your name, buddy? Hey, stop.
However, next, officers tased the suspect twice. And then on video, the suspect appears to lunge forward with a knife in his hand anyway, and that is when police opened fire. Investigators say the suspect later died. One Paulsbo police officer and one Kitsap County deputy, both 28 years old, are now on leave. State investigators are now looking into what happened in that incident. Meantime, there has been another officer-involved shooting overnight not too far away in a Fred Meyer's parking lot in Bremerton overnight, involving deputies and state troopers. And we're going to have those details at the top of the hour.
Luke, thank you. We're learning more about big cuts at a critical King County medical provider. With that story, here's KIRO News Radio's Heather Bosch.
Valley Medical Center is closing 5 clinics, including its urgent care center in Renton. It's consolidating 2 other clinics and closing 2 hospital units, all by June 27th. 50% of the provider's 4,000 employees will be affected by the moves, although it's not clear how many will ultimately lose jobs. Valley Med says year to date, it's operating at a $25 million loss due to uncertainties over state and federal funding and private sector reimbursements. Heather Bosch, KIRO News Radio.
Just ahead of our traffic update, more traffic cameras could soon pop up in Seattle. City Council voted 8-0 to approve the changes Tuesday. The Center Square reports revenue from the fines will help fix sidewalks and fund safety projects. Councilmember Rob Saka says this is about stopping street racing and speeding. New camera locations may include Alki Avenue, Rainier, and Sandpoint Way. The legislation also limits who can see camera footage and how it's shared. And for the first month, violators will get a warning, not a fine. The law will take effect 30 days after the mayor signs it.
We check traffic every 10 minutes on the 3s at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Here's Sully.
And we continue to struggle up the 5 Hill towards 18 and on up into Federal Way. We've had 2 stalls right there at 320th this morning. Both are now out of the way, but we still have about a 30-minute trip from Tacoma to Federal Way, which is about 20 minutes slower than it should be. So plan on delays there. And then once you get through that, Federal Way to Seattle's about an hour and 15. So it's kind of settled into its typical Thursday drive. Don't think about 509 as an alternate because it's bumper to bumper from 128th all the way up past the 1st Avenue South Bridge. We're well over 35 minutes now up the Valley Freeway out of Auburn. It is heavy from 15th Southwest all the way past Emerald Downs and then kind of a little bit more through Kent and then on up at the north end. So almost an hour now all the way from the Puyallup area. Renton to Bellevue, we are running at about 45 minutes now. Those S-curves have really heated up. Once you're up to about 44th, it's going to be a pretty okay drive the rest of the way. Coming down from the north end, not too bad in Marysville, but some brake lights by the Boeing Freeway. Again, reports there might be a crash there right on the ramps from 526 onto I-5. After that, you've got the heavy stuff away from Linwood. So about an hour and 10, hour and 15 from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. That's plus or minus about 10 minutes there. And across the lake, we're okay. This report brought to you by Beacon Plumbing. For all your heating, electrical, septic, mechanical needs. Stop freaking. Call Beacon.
Our forecast, we're seeing a little bit of sunshine this morning, but we expect it to cloud up and we'll see some showers by afternoon. 56 today. Tomorrow looks pretty much the same, maybe a tad warmer, and then Saturday, more steady rain. The showers are going to start early. The heavier stuff will come later in the day and a high of 57. Right now, partly sunny and 48 in Seattle.
Seattle's morning news. Hear it live. Stream it online. Watch the show or catch the podcast anytime. Seattle's morning news, wherever you are.
7:35 now, and this week on Tech Talk, more and more police departments are using direct-to-consumer genetic testing companies to solve crimes through DNA.
KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey asked the experts, is it good police work or a major data privacy issue that's sweeping the law enforcement community?
In 2018, police used genealogy websites to match DNA to Joseph James DeAngelo Jr., better known as the Golden State Killer, who later pleaded guilty to 26 counts of murder and kidnapping. It was groundbreaking detective work identifying suspects through DNA submitted by other family members in order to bring long-awaited justice to victims and their families. Or was it? University of Washington professor of bioethics Malia Fullerton says,
So this is where the issues become a little bit more complicated.
Issues about data privacy and informed consent.
Because there's no way to adopt a new genome should someone begin to misuse your information.
Most users submit their DNA to private genealogical companies for personal reasons, to look up relatives and ancestors, not to aid in criminal investigations. And even if they agree to share their data, their relatives have not necessarily consented.
Let's say my brother is a genealogy buff. The fact that my brother uploaded his genetic information would allow me potentially to be indirectly identified.
And since siblings share roughly 50% DNA,
I had no say in that decision for him to effectively put 50% of my genetic information into a public place.
In the Golden State Killer case, investigators say they sent DNA collected at a crime scene to Family Tree DNA, which created a DNA profile. Then police set up fake accounts to search for matching customers. A similar search on MyHeritage identified a close relative and broke the case. So, was it great police work or a covert search of privately uploaded DNA without a warrant?
I think on balance, it is a good thing. However, right now, kind of a Wild West. It's not really very well regulated.
In reaction to the case, most major consumer genealogical databases created barriers against law enforcement access. Even the U.S. Justice Department adopted restrictions for the use of such databases. However, only the state of Maryland has passed legislation developing guardrails for law enforcement's use and data storage. Just in case someone hacked into a police department's database and stole your genetic data that you never intended police to have in the first place.
If somebody hacks into my credit card or something and steals my identity, I can get a new credit card. I cannot get a new genome.
So the Golden State Killer is serving multiple life sentences, I'll tell you that. And I would also tell you that I think most people would agree, it's a good thing getting criminals off the street, but at what price should there be more guardrails concerning data privacy?
I like her description as the Wild West. It's kind of the same thing we're seeing with AI right now.
I just know that my 20-year-old self is going to yell at my 50-year-old self. My 50-year-old self says this is a very good thing that we're able to find these criminals and we have the technology to be able to do so. My 20-year-old self would be all about the privacy, man. But I don't know. It's a tough issue, but I find myself more and more, especially when I think about these victims' families who just want answers.
Absolutely. And there's no easy answer, a lot of gray area, but it's certainly worth the debate.
Luke, by the way, you brought up a fact I did not know. Earlier in the morning, you were talking about these things in grocery store parking lots, retail parking lots with the blue flashing lights. They have the cameras on them. I had no idea those are actually being monitored in real time.
I had no idea either, to be honest with you.
Guess what? Neither did I.
Yeah.
I've been curious, but I have never asked the question.
Had no idea what those are actually for, and now we come to find out people are monitoring them. So thank you for that fact as well today.
And that story is coming up, by the way, in just a little bit, so stick around. We'll have more on that story that you're talking about as well.
Okay, thank you. And it is 7:40. Sully, what's coming up in traffic?
We're going to take a look at the brake lights coming up the Fife Hill. 2 stalls up near 320th today. We'll break it down for you next.
KIRO News Radio, winners of 3 2025 Regional Edward R. Murrow Awards. Feature reporting, sports reporting, and overall excellence.
And we thank you. We are the Northwest leading news station because of you, inspiring us every day to deliver the local news and stories you care about.
KIRO News Radio on 97.3 FM.
Watch and listen anywhere by downloading the KIRO Newsradio app, and always stay connected at mynorthwest.com.
Hey, it's John Curley with Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision RLE. Doc, I heard that 50% of Americans have their lenses replaced by the time they're 75.
That's exactly right, John. As we near 50, our eye's natural lens starts to become dysfunctional. If you've now added readers to your need for glasses and contacts, it's a sign the quality and function of your natural lens is fading, and it's a steady decline towards cataracts.
Don't go another 20 plus years with poor vision, hassling with contacts and readers. Do what I did. Choose a quick, painless refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision RLE and start enjoying great vision now.
Our new lens technology is truly amazing. After replacing over 100,000 lenses, we have the experience to guide each patient to their best solution, even if that's recommending you wait a little while before RLE.
K2 Vision RLE can restore distance and near vision permanently, plus never develop a cataract. Read the reviews and schedule a free Zoom consultation now at k2visionrle.com.
I've always been a super athletic guy, but after I turned 40, I noticed I was slowing down. Instead of hitting the gym after work, I spent my evenings on the couch with a bag of chips. I was gaining weight, losing muscle, and when I did try to work out, I ran out of energy right away. One of my buddies suggested I book a free testosterone check at Revive Health, and that's when I learned that low T doesn't just impact how guys perform in the bedroom. I worked with a provider to create my custom treatment plan, and today I'm feeling stronger than ever. Last week, I even set a new PR at the gym. My only regret is not reaching out sooner.
If you're ready to book your free T-check, visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com or call 206-529-1111. Again, that's 206-529-1111.
Need a new roof now? With State Roofing and Exteriors, you can get started with zero down, zero payments, and zero interest for up to 24 months. That's right. Protect your home now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
7:43 now. We check traffic every 10 minutes with Sully at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And we are looking at about a 15 to 20 minute delay getting from Tacoma on up into Federal Way because of two stalls we've had right in the same spot, right there approaching 320. They're just after it, actually. They both moved over to the shoulder, but the damage is done. It's going to take you 30 minutes to get from Tacoma to Federal Way, and then it's about an hour and 15 minutes from Federal Way to Seattle. So hour and 45 to go all the way from Tacoma to Seattle. 35 to 40 of those minutes are from South Center, so it's not exactly a really good drive. Our drive now from Puyallup to Renton, maybe a little bit more depending on how you hit the volume in Auburn and at the north end. We've been up over 35 minutes from Auburn to Renton at points this morning. Renton to Bellevue, 45 to 50, just thick through those S-curves, and then a little bit over the top of I-90 into downtown Bellevue. Out of the north end, we're looking at an hour and 15-minute trip from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. Brake lights there by the Boeing Freeway. Little fender bender over on the right shoulder. That's the reason why people are slowing there. It's right after you merge in off the ramp there, and then really away from Linwood. And we've hit the $15 mark on the southbound 405 express toll lanes. It will save you about 20 minutes on that hour and 15-minute drive. Across the lake, we're still doing okay. KIRO Newsradio real-time traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
And our forecast, pretty pleasant morning, but we will see some showers at some point for the afternoon hours. 56 the high for today. Tomorrow looks pretty much the same, maybe just a tad warmer, and then Saturday looks pretty darn gray. We'll see steady rain by afternoon and a high of 57. It's 48 in Seattle right now.
Now let's check in with Katrina Gishard at the news desk.
Seattle Storm fans, listen up. Funko is bringing pop collectibles to Storm games. It's part of a new multi-year partnership. Fans can grab Lauren Jackson and Doppler pop figures through special ticket offers and giveaways. This marks the first ever collaboration between the two local companies. If you want one, mark your calendars for June 22nd, July 11th, and July 16th. Now, parents, brace yourselves. If you know, you know. Coco Melon is getting its first ever feature film. It's set to premiere in 2027. It will be produced by Moonbug Entertainment and distributed by Universal Pictures. The movie will bring JJ and his friends on a brand new adventure.
Who?
JJ.
Coco Melon?
Well, hold on just a second. Katrina, your littles are toddlers, and I have a 2-year-old nephew, Miles, who sometimes listens.
Oh, okay.
Is this something Miles would enjoy?
Absolutely.
Okay. Don't listen to Manda and Sully.
Oh, my daughter's grown, but
Yeah.
I mean, we were Sesame Street. And Barney a little bit.
Oh, Gabba Gabba was the stuff.
Coco Melon?
Yeah.
Coco Melon.
Coco Melon.
Okay.
It's all the rage, I'm
See,
telling you.
you learn something new every
If it's
day.
not the Wiggles, I'm going home. The original, the OG
The
Wiggles.
original. Are they still playing?
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Impressive.
Fruit salad.
Can I make
Yummy.
Can I make the most difficult transition of the morning?
Sure.
Yes, let's
Coming
do
up,
it.
CBS military analyst
great.
Jeff McCausland has an update on the president's trip through the Middle East. That's on the way here on Seattle's Morning News.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
The Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound.
Of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report August 2024.
G. Scott here with some special guests, former Seahawks Doug Baldwin and Cliff Averill. Guys, I've been hearing all about Nourishing Champions. Tell us more about it.
So we know the benefits for young people in sports, but we often don't think about the barriers to that access. And one of those barriers is having proper nutrition. And so Nourishing Champions, in partnership with Champions of Change and Safeway, is an effort to address those barriers so that our student athletes have what they need to excel both on the field and in the classroom.
You know, it's extremely important. You don't realize how many students actually are on reduced or even free lunch, and they don't have the opportunity to actually get a meal before practice, before a game. So being able to provide food for them, I think, is extremely important to give them the best opportunity to be able to be the best version of themselves.
And right now, high schools can apply for grants up to $25,000 from Nourishing Champions. Learn how at championsofchangefoundation.org. That's championsofchangefoundation.org.
Charlie Harger here. When your hot turns to cold, you better think fast. Fast water heater. Call 1-800-THINK-FAST. That's 1-800-THINK-FAST or fastwaterheater.com.
You better think fast, fast water heater.
One of the greatest bands in rock history, The Who, present The Song Is Over, the North American Farewell Tour. See Pete Townsend and Roger Daltrey, The Who, performing at Climate Pledge Arena September 25th. Pre-sale for City Card members begins Tuesday at 10 a.m. at livenation.com. The Who, for the very last time.
The song is over.
For more, visit thewho.com.
Call or click 811 before you dig. Anything that causes you to roll up your sleeves a little and dig in requires you to first connect with 811. Call or click 811 and visit safeexcavator.com.
For more than 50 years, the voice Seattle trusts. This is Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio.
Good morning. 7:49 on a Thursday. President Trump's tour around the Middle East continues. Meanwhile, in Istanbul, Turkey, Ukrainian and Russian officials are supposed to be getting together to discuss an end to the war.
CBS military analyst Jeff McCausland is following the progress there. We say supposed to be getting together. What's the holdup, Jeff?
Well, the holdup seems to be, I believe, that Mr. Putin doesn't seem to be seriously interested in peace. You know, this all began about a week ago when he was celebrating the end of World War II in Russia with Xi Jinping. At the same time, European leaders, most notably the prime ministers of Poland, President of France, Prime Minister of Great Britain, and Chancellor of Germany, were in Kyiv calling for an immediate 30-day ceasefire and threatening expanded sanction on the Russians if they didn't agree to that. Mr. Zelensky has endorsed that, as has President Trump. Mr. Putin has insisted that negotiations must precede a ceasefire and has further insisted that this must address, he keeps saying this and has said it for 3 years, the root causes of the war and the so-called Istanbul Protocol, which was a draft the Russians created back in 2022 when they looked like they're about to win the war. And it essentially is a surrender document. In other words, if you, Ukraine, will surrender, we'll be happy to negotiate with you, because it acknowledges Russian control of all 4 provinces they claim, even though they don't occupy that territory yet, and restricts the size of the Ukrainian military in future to a fraction of what it is today, while also acknowledging that Ukraine will be neutralized, never join NATO, and have a new government. And that has been the rub. Mr. Zelensky then went on to say, well, I say we meet. I'll go to Istanbul personally to meet with you if you're willing to show up. If not, you're not serious. And in fact, Mr. Zelensky is now on his way to Turkey or in Turkey, though I think they've shifted that meeting to Ankara. President Trump suggested he might show up. Now that appears very, very, very unlikely. And the Russians have basically stiffed this whole meeting and sent a few low-level representatives to a possible negotiation that will occur in Istanbul at a much lower level.
Why wouldn't President Trump stop by? I mean, he has said he wants this war to come to an end. He campaigned on saying that this would be something he could end right away. President Trump's there. President Zelensky is there. It would kind of force Putin's hand, wouldn't it?
Yeah, this is sort of gamesmanship, Charlie. You're right. This is sort of chess. And would Trump showing up expose the Russians that they've been kind of stringing him along, which he has actually said, and I believe actually is true. But again, to what avail? And there's also that question whether Mr. Trump is willing, as he has threatened, to dramatically expand sanctions on the Russian Federation if the Russians do not agree to a ceasefire. He has threatened that, but so far not delivered. And it remains to be seen now whether the Europeans, who threatened that as well, will go forward with that, and whether they can convince Mr. Trump to participate. But Trump did say today that, of course, well, nothing can happen until I meet with Putin, sort of suggesting perhaps a bilateral summit sometime in the near future, which I think the Russians would like, because what they would like is, if you will, Yalta II, whereby the Russians and the Americans meet over the head of the Europeans, over the head of the Ukrainians, and basically negotiate a settlement that divides up the Ukraine.
Talking to a CBS military analyst, Jeff McCausland, just quickly before we let you go, how would you characterize the state of the war in Ukraine right now?
Well, I'd characterize it, Manda, really it's kind of a stalemate. I mean, the Russians have gained very, very little territory over the last 30 to 60 days. Now, that's perhaps because of the spring weather. They're suffering, by some estimates, up to 100 casualties for every square kilometer they're able to capture. That's the current rate of advance. It'll take them decades to, in fact, conquer all of Ukraine. That being said, perhaps they're preparing for a major offensive, but we don't see large number of reinforcing troops. It seems, based on the casualty levels, about all the Russians are able to produce is, recruitment that equals the number of troops they're losing. At the same time, serious problems in Russia in terms of interest rates at 21%, inflation at over 12%, and serious problems now with budget deficits as this war drags on.
CBS military analyst Jeff McCausland, thanks for your time today, Jeff. It's time to head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk with Sully as we take a look at the roads.
And we're still struggling up the Fife Hill towards Highway 18 and on up into Federal Way. Still 25 minutes from Tacoma to Federal Way, 15-minute delay, but that's 5 minutes faster than it was just a little bit ago. Reason for this, we had a couple of stalls right in the same spot that really kind of put us behind. They're over on the shoulder. Then Federal Way to Seattle, an hour and 20 minutes. 45 of those minutes are from South Center, so behind schedule by about 10. Renton to Bellevue's, it's normal 50 minutes south, really packed in all the way up past 44th and then again into Bellevue. Behind that, the Valley Freeway's picked up 5 minutes. Auburn to Renton at 30 with 55 from Puyallup. Hour and 20-minute trip now from Everett to Seattle. Hour and 15 from Everett to Bellevue. Lake bridges are hanging in there. This report brought to you by ProSculpt, the one-day permanent fat loss skin tightening solution for men and women. Offered by New Skin Med Spa in Bellevue. Book your free consultation, ProSculpt.com.
Showers likely by afternoon. 56 our high. It's 48 in Seattle right now.
CBS News coming up at the top of the hour, and then more of your top local stories. This is Seattle's Morning News.
KIRO Newsradio, winners of 3 2025 Regional Edward R. Murrow Awards, including Overall Excellence.
KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey live in Linwood.
A bunch of tall trees in a wooded area just off of Alderwood Mall Parkway.
And we thank you.
We are the Northwest leading news station because of you, inspiring us every day to deliver the local news and stories you care about.
KIRO Newsradio on 97.3 FM. KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
Hartley Wilcox here from Wilcox Family Farms. A question we get asked a lot this time of year is, how do the hens stay warm when it's so cold out? Of course, we have nice barns to protect them from the rain, wind, and snow. But also, their feathers are like a down jacket, and if they need additional warmth, they will often snuggle together. And for those very cold days, we have heaters to keep them comfortable and happily laying eggs. Wilcox is committed to organic, humane practices that keep our hens healthy and help preserve the land. When you choose food from local family farmers like Wilcox, you support the local economy with jobs and promote environmental sustainability, making it possible for our family to keep on producing great eggs for another 100 years. Pick up Wilcox eggs at Costco, Marlene's, and Hagen's. And for a healthy snack on the go, grab some ready-to-eat, pre-peeled, hard-boiled eggs in a convenient to-go 2-pack. Wilcox Family Farms, locally fresh since 1909.
Eric Johnson here. I covered a lot of accidents over the past 30 years or so, but I never got to say much about what to do after a crash. Be honest, do you know what evidence to collect, what pictures to take, what documents to request, or what you shouldn't say to your insurance company? The Washington Accident Book Series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the roads throw at them. Know your rights and how to avoid common mistakes after an accident by getting your free copy at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
We're here with our friend Steve Teitler of Best Mortgage, the reverse mortgage expert. Steve, mortgage rates have been dropping this year. How could that help seniors struggling to stay in their homes?
Lower mortgage rates means seniors can now get more money from their equity with a reverse mortgage. You can pay off your existing mortgage, have extra money to help with today's high cost of living, or believe it or not, you can even buy a home with a reverse mortgage. There are many uses, and best of all, you have no mortgage payments the rest of your life.
But as you always say, a reverse mortgage is not for everyone.
That's right. Avoid the high-pressure sales pitch from those out-of-state call centers. I give you a consultation, not a sales pitch. I'll tell you if a reverse mortgage is right for you, and I always tell you if it's not.
Honest advice you can trust from the reverse mortgage experts. Best Mortgage, the VA loan experts and debt consolidation specialists too. 425-649-6000. Best Mortgage, 425-649-6000.
Are you putting off your new kitchen plans? Why wait? Hi, Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft. Call a day for a free in-home estimate. Years of experience, thousands of happy customers. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600 or heritagehomecraft.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This
is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan. The move by the Trump administration to end birthright citizenship, which has been blocked by 3 judges, has made it to the U.S. Supreme Court. Judicial actions condemned by Solicitor General John Sauer.
Such injunctions prevent the percolation of novel and difficult legal questions. They encourage rampant forum shopping. They require judges to make rushed, high-stakes, low-information decisions.
CBS News legal contributor Jessica Levinson says the court's decision could have broad impact.
Can the federal judge say, okay, I'm going to stop that executive order from being enforced anywhere in the country? That's a nationwide injunction, and that's what federal judges have done in this case. Or do federal judges have more limited power to only say, I'm going to stop that executive order from being enforced with respect to the parties who sued?
Wisconsin Judge Hannah Dugan pleaded not guilty this morning to charges that she helped a man who's in the country illegally evade authorities who were looking to arrest him in her courtroom. Nation's largest retailer, Walmart, is blaming tariffs for the planned price increases it will roll out at stores this month. Retail strategist Wendy Liebman.
For Walmart, that's the antithesis to what they want to do. I mean, as you well know, it's all about everyday low price at Walmart. So they are always cautious about when they take price increases.
The government says retail sales increased slightly last month. Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell said this morning that tariff policy could lead to more persistent supply shocks. Overseas, President Trump says the key to peace in Ukraine is for him to have a face-to-face meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin.
I don't believe anything's going to happen, whether you like it or not, until he and I get together. But we're going to have to get it solved because too many people are dying.
Ukraine's President Zelensky is in Turkey, and he blasted Putin for not meeting with him there. Delegations from the two countries are set to hold meetings. Now to Texas, where triple-digit heat will persist today for southern and central parts of the state. CBS's Omar Villafranca is in San Antonio.
George Perez of San Antonio Metro Health told us the city has converted many libraries into cooling centers.
So for one, they can come in and get some cool water. That's one thing we really have to worry about is the dehydration.
The National Weather Service says this is one of the most severe May heat waves the region has ever seen.
As word, Vice President Vance will head the U.S. delegation to Pope Leo's inaugural Vatican Mass this Sunday. And checking Wall Street, right now the Dow Jones Industrial Average is down 74 points. The NASDAQ is down 110. This is CBS News.
A word from Progressive Insurance. Life can be hard, so Progressive can make bundling your home and auto easy. Hope that helps. Learn more at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE.
It's 8:03, and Chris Sullivan is at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And we have no real surprises out there, which is a good thing. The problem is we are just really stacked in there. I mean, stacked and packed and all that, as they would say on Storage Wars. I know you're big fans. Coming down from the north end, hour and 20-minute drives as you see the brake lights really pulling away from Linwood all the way down for I-5. Just a slight gap in Northgate, slight gap out of Bothell on 405. But yeah, just a pretty heavy day for you guys. The lake bridges are starting to get into the act now. About 25 minutes to go across the lake on I-90. Only 20 on 520, so not too bad. Federal Way to Seattle, though, is up over an hour and 20 minutes with 45 minutes plus just from South Center. You're going to hit the brakes about the Boeing Access Road, and you're going to be on them all the way into downtown. 509's backed up, but not as bad as it was earlier. Same with 99, working your way up towards the West Seattle Bridge. Now, Renton to Bellevue, definitely a 50-minute trip for you guys. Behind that on the Valley Freeway, still over 30 minutes from Auburn and close to an hour all the way from Puyallup. And we're still struggling up the hill from Fife to 18. We had 2 stalls up there this morning. 25 minutes from Tacoma to Federal Way is plus 15. This report brought to you by D.R. Horton. With over 20 Puget Sound communities, D.R. Horton is the right home for you. You can learn more at drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder and equal housing opportunity builder.
Welcome to Seattle's Morning News. It's 8:04. Along with Manda Factor, I'm Charlie Harger.
We are following developing news today. A man in the hospital after an officer-involved shooting in Bremerton.
KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey is here with the latest.
Yeah, this happened around 11:30 last night in the Fred Meyer parking lot on State Route 303. A worker with a mobile surveillance company called 911. You know those stands you see in parking lots now with the blue lights and the cameras? Yes, workers actually monitor those cameras. And this worker, according to a spokesperson, told dispatchers he saw someone who looked like they were prowling. Well, Kitsap spokesperson Kevin McCarty tells me 5 deputies and 2 state troopers arrived at that scene.
At some point, there was contact with the suspect and shots were fired and the suspect was injured.
It's unclear right now whether a deputy or a trooper fired their weapon. It's also unclear why exactly they fired on the suspect.
As far as what led up to gunshots, I don't have that information at this point. It's not clear. That's part of the investigation, is to determine what happened.
The suspect was taken to Tacoma General, they tell me, in stable condition. Investigators are getting a search warrant, or have been trying to get a search warrant this morning, to look inside the suspect's car. They tell me they think there are several guns inside. No members of law enforcement, by the way, were injured, but this isn't the only officer-involved shooting that's in the news this morning. Also coming up at the bottom of the hour, body cam footage of last week's officer-involved shooting in Poulsbo has just been released.
Hey, he's exiting. Put your hands up now! Hey, he's got a knife. Back up. Hey, watch out. I'm going to pepper ball.
And there's much more audio to come on that. The suspect in that case did die. We're going to have more coming up at 8:30.
Luke, thank you. There is a new curveball in the case involving Trooper Christopher Gadd's death. According to Como, defense attorneys want the case tossed out. The case was supposed to start today. They say the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office worked too closely with ICE, violating state sanctuary laws. Emails and court filings show a legal assistant contacted immigration officials about Raul Benitez Santana's bail hearing. He's accused of killing Trooper Gadd by slamming into him at more than 100 miles per hour. Crash happened in March of last year on I-5 near Marysville. The defense says ICE showed up at court, and that scared off family who might have helped post bail. Prosecutors haven't responded yet. A judge will decide Monday if the case moves forward.
It's 8:07.
This is the city's longest-running radio news show, Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio.
Careful, you might break something there, Sully.
This is why you have to watch the video stream on YouTube or the app. Sully's busting a move.
Is that what you're doing?
Kind of. I almost broke out the Running Man there.
Yeah, okay.
That was my go-to back in the day.
We're so glad you didn't.
When this song came out.
You may have been a little younger then. Now you might pull something.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Parachute pants and some high-top turf shoes, I think was my look back then.
It is Seattle's Morning News. It's Thursday, May 15th.
That's Sully over there. He's watching the roads for us and more. Producer David Burbank is in the studio trying to keep us under control. Editor Katrina Gishard out at the news desk. Nick is picking the music at the board, and we are just making our way through the week. A lot of news to give you. Coming up in this hour of the show, consumer man Herb Weisbaum with some advice on how to get the most out of your credit card perks.
All right, Sully, you have a choke point coming up as well.
Yeah, we do. It's one of those things we see an awful lot. And I've got an answer for a question from a listener who's asked me about it. You've seen this a lot, believe me.
Yeah. Just a reminder, if you have a traffic question, you can hit the text line at 888-973-5476.
And G. Scott will stop by the studio to break down the 2025 schedule, at least the regular season for the Seahawks. What are the key matchups to look out for? G will have his take coming up at 8:45.
It's 8:08 right now. More than 1,000 Starbucks baristas at 75 U.S. stores have gone on strike since Sunday to protest a new company dress code. We get the latest from KIRO Newsradio's Frank Lindsay.
Starbucks has put new limits on what its baristas can wear under their green aprons. The dress code requires employees at company-operated and licensed stores in the U.S. and Canada to wear a solid black shirt and khaki black or blue denim bottoms. Before, they could wear a broader range of dark colors and patterned shirts. Starbucks says the new rules would make it easier for their green aprons to stand out and create a sense of familiarity for their customers. But Starbucks Workers United says the dress code should be subject to collective bargaining, and it's filed a complaint with the National Labor Relations Board. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
Today could be a pivotal day for the defense in the murder trial of Brian Kohberger, accused of killing 4 University of Idaho students in November 2020.
The judge has asked Kohberger's attorney to present evidence, if any, to support their claim someone other than Kohberger could have committed the murders. CBS News legal contributor Jessica Levinson says issues related to the seating of a jury will also come up.
What we want is people who can put aside any preconceived notions and look at the facts and look at the law.
Kohberger's trial trial for the murders, including that of Ethan Chapin of Skagit County, expected to begin this summer.
A new initiative to boost businesses and public safety in the Chinatown International District is underway. And with the story, here's KIRO News Radio's James Lynch.
Mayor Bruce Harrell was joined by community partners and Amazon to provide $1 million in new investments in the CID. The goal is to create a safer neighborhood, help those struggling with addiction and homelessness, and to help small businesses thrive. Mayor Harrell says a big part of that is a new CID ambassador program.
Without kicking a lot of people off.
Washington Congresswoman Kim Schreier, a pediatrician, says that will end up costing everyone.
Those patients are still going to get sick. They're actually going to get sicker. They're not going to be able to go to their primary care physician. Instead, they're going to go to the emergency room. And then the wait in the emergency room gets longer. And because they can't pay for that care, the hospitals are going to have to eat it.
Hospitals will have to respond by making their own cuts to service. Valley Medical just announced it's cutting 5 clinics, consolidating 2 others, and eliminating 2 hospital units by the end of June.
A public safety meeting in West Seattle didn't go as planned last night. Fox 13 Seattle says neighbors came for answers about recent violence involving guns, but left upset. The meeting was hosted by Councilmember Rob Saka. He highlighted new patrols, better street lighting, shorter park hours, but people couldn't ask live questions. They had to be submitted in advance, and that set off the crowd. One man said gunfire hit his child's car seat, and it took 11 days to get a reply from the city. People shouted at the panel before the meeting ended. Some called it a missed chance for a real discussion. Many are pushing for a full town hall.
And former Seattle Seahawks head coach Pete Carroll joined Brock and Salk on our sister station 710 Seattle Sports yesterday for the first time since becoming Las Vegas Raiders head coach. He broke a little news when he did, even though he probably wasn't supposed to.
Hey, what a coincidence, huh? How about the opening game of the preseason?
Oh, I don't know. Who are we going to play, Coach? The regular season schedule is out now. The Seahawks play the 49ers to kick off the regular season September 7th.
G. Scott will be stopping by. He's going to give us his insight, his take on that regular season schedule. And Phil Knight is not interested in buying the Portland Trailblazers. Paul Allen's estate announced Tuesday the team is up for sale. Phil Knight, of course, is the co-founder of Nike. And 5 years ago, he said he was interested, but not anymore. Allen's estate owns the Seahawks and Sounders, which are not for sale.
It's 8:13, and that is time to take a look at our forecast. A little bit of sunshine in spots this morning, but we are looking for showers in the afternoon hours. 56. We'll be in the upper 50s again tomorrow. Pretty much the same deal. Mix of scattered showers and sunshine. The showers will come in the morning tomorrow, and then Saturday looks like a pretty wet day. Right now it's 51 in Seattle.
Every 10 minutes on the threes on Seattle Morning News, we check in with Chris Sullivan at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And we're going to start on the Aurora Bridge or on 99. We've got a crash on the north end of the bridge that is actually impacting both directions of 99. Only one lane, the far outside lane, far right lane, is open in both the north and southbound direction for this crash there. So I'm watching this one on a live cam, so just keeping a close eye on that. Really big backup today coming down out of Green Lake, and of course there's the unusual northbound slowing come up out of South Lake Union and Queen Anne, so plan on some delays in that general vicinity. The rest of the map is trying to get better, like if you're coming up from Tacoma now, with a lot more yellow on the map than red, which means that we're doing okay. We're back down to about 20 minutes from Tacoma to Federal Way, which isn't too bad, but Federal Way to Seattle still up at an hour and 20 minutes. 50 of those minutes are from South Center, so those last couple of miles from the Boeing Field area is going to be the typical grind you deal with getting every day up there towards downtown. Rented to Bellevue is a shade under 50 minutes, which isn't too bad. The brake lights kind of ease out past 44th. Behind that, though, the Valley Freeway is really socked in from 212th and Kent. It's a 30-minute trip still from Auburn to Renton and over 50 all the way from Puyallup. The Lake Bridges are still hanging in there. They're doing okay. Coming down from the north end, you've got hour and 15-minute trips from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. This report brought to you by Global Credit Union, where members enjoy no-fee accounts or early payday with direct deposit. You can learn more at globalcu.org.
It's 8:14, and KIRO News Radio morning editor Katrina Gishard joins us in the studio.
Calling all Billy Joel fans.
Sing us a song, you're the piano man. Sing us
Philly Nation, the premier tribute band, is bringing the magic of the Piano Man to Olympia. Catch them Thursday, August 14th at 7:30 at the Washington Center main stage. Tickets are available now. Today, you have a chance to hear about Snohomish County's first ever community wildfire protection plan. More than 15% of the county's population lives in areas where wildfire protection challenges are high. You have a chance to find out how to keep family, pets, and livestock prepared for fires. You can show up anytime between 5:30 and 7:30 at the Stillaguamish Conference Room at the City of Arlington Public Works office.
It's so interesting. I have a 16-year-old daughter, almost 17.
You're supposed to remember these things, Charlie.
Yeah. She turns 17 in a month, but she is really into Billy Joel.
This is a thing right now with teenagers.
Yeah.
They're getting into music I loved.
Fleetwood Mac?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, she knows the rumors inside and
My
out.
daughter's
that
the
album.
same. I love it.
Should we ask Sully about some of those bands?
That's
I'm sure
modern
he has-
music to him. Yeah.
No, the band's fine. They're fine in the background. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Well, it has a Sully seal of approval.
Well, that means nothing since I learned this morning he doesn't like the Beatles. So,
Well, and we all know the best Fleetwood Mac song is Tusk.
That is true. Yeah, I was just on a road trip to Montana, and we played that multiple times.
If it hadn't been for USC being in that video, then that kind of ruined it for me. But what are you going to do?
It's 8:16.
Reliable, refreshing, and ready every morning. Seattle's Morning News.
Everyone loves free perks, but you can't take advantage of them if you don't know about them. Credit cards offer all sorts of free perks besides points and miles.
Consumer man Herb Weisbaum is here to highlight some of the best ones available, and Herb is a contributing editor at checkbook.org. Herb, where do we start?
Well, I'm going to give you 4 categories to choose from. Amanda, we're going to start with you. Do you want buying stuff, travel protection, or odds and ends?
I like shopping, buying stuff.
Well, some credit cards offer guaranteed returns. Charge something to many American Express cards, and the company will reimburse you up to $300 if you attempt to return it to the store within 90 days, but the retailer won't take it back. There is a maximum of $1,000 per card per year for this perk, but it's a pretty good one. And then you can get free shipping via ShopRunner if you have an American Express or World Elite MasterCard and you join ShopRunner, an Amazon Prime competitor offering 2-day shipping and free returns for more than 100 plus retailers, and you can skip their annual $79 membership fee. And then there's price protection. Some credit cards will let you apply to receive a refund if within a few weeks of purchasing something you find that you could have bought it for less. You can usually show just a proof of receipt or something like that and get it on your credit card. So you probably might want to go back to the store first if that's the store that lowered the price. But if you can't do that, price protection will help you get some money back. So those are 3 really good ones. Charlie, would you like travel protection or odds and ends?
Well, I have a bunch of trips coming up this summer, so why don't we go with travel?
Oh, where are we going, Charlie?
The fabulous town of Cooperstown, New York, among others.
Baseball Hall of Fame.
Yes,
Awesome.
yes.
Remember, I went to school at Syracuse, so I'm familiar with a beautiful, beautiful city. Well, some of these cards give you preferred boarding. Most cards do, actually, an airline-affiliated rewards card. So that's like why we have an Alaska Airlines card, because we almost always fly Alaska Airlines, and that gets you higher up in which zone it is. So you usually be 3 or 4 with an affiliated credit card, as opposed to being 5, 6, or 7. So you can stow your onboard luggage, and you may even get a free bag check. So that's a good perk. Some cards will reimburse you for TSA PreCheck, Global Entry, or Clear Frequent Traveler programs. They will pay you the money it costs to join these programs, which is a pretty good deal. Rental car coverage, in the last few years, some of the cards have dropped this benefit, but some still provide it. Keep in mind, this is typically secondary insurance. So what this means is if there's a problem, you have to file a claim with your insurance company, and then the credit card will pick up whatever is not left over. But I have a special tip for you, because I've used this for years. American Express cards offer insurance on rental cars that's primary coverage. They don't advertise it a lot. I had to find out about it from a friend. Well, here's your friend telling you about it on KIRO Radio. Call them up and find out about their rental insurance program. If you rent a car, it's $25 per rental, if you rent it with their card, per rental, up to 30 days. And it covers the damage for the vehicle, and there's no muss and there's no fuss. You don't have to file a claim with your insurance company. It's primary. So I had an accident in Hawaii a couple of years ago. Somebody sideswiped the car in the parking lot. We got in the car in the rain to drive it to the airport, and the guy goes, "Hey, what's this on the door here, buddy?" And I said, "Oh, geez." He says, "Who's your insurance? American Express?" Fine. He filed the claim. American Express sent me an email and said, everything's taken care of. Thank you for being a card holder. If you have the card, check that out. It's $20 a rental, not a day.
Wow. All right, are we moving on? I think
Yes.
I would like to take.
I think we have 2 categories left for you, Amanda. Which one do you want to pick?
I'll take odds and ends for 200, please.
Oh, I like that. It's just like Jeopardy. Okay. Thank you, Don Parno. Thank you, friends. Credit monitoring. Many cards will give you credit monitoring for free. You may not want to monitor it, but they'll give it to you anyway. And some cards will let you get into museums or things for free. Bank of America, Merrill, and Bank of America Private Bank credit card or debit card holders get access to more than 225 cultural institutions nationwide the first full weekend of every month. I have an American Express card, so I get special access a couple of days early notice to some of the big concerts, which is why I have good seats to see James Taylor in Chicago at Chateau Saint Michel, because I got early notice about that. So those are some really good perks. If you're not sure what you have, check under your card under perks. Remember why they're doing this. Everybody in the country who has a credit card and can get one already has one, maybe 2 or 3. The goal now is to get you to use that card. And the way they do that is by offering you perks. So if they're available and they're free, why not use them and take advantage of the benefits that come with your card?
And Herb, we're almost out of time, but I think our old pal Herb is going to tell us that we only do this if we're able to pay this back at the end of the month, right?
Yeah, some of these perks come with cards that have no annual fees, so that's fine. But if you're getting a card for like a bonus, the miles and the points that everybody wants, these bonus offers, yes, you only take out a card where you're going to pay a steep annual fee if you're paying off the bill every single month. Good point, Charlie.
All right, Herb, where can we find out more?
Go to checkbook.org. You can read the full article. We have all kinds of perks for health insurance, credit cards, AAA members. And then there's a podcast as well at consumerpedia.org. We talk about it for a half an hour, run down all the perks you can get take advantage of.
Consumer man Herb Weisbaum, you're the best. Thank you so much.
Bye, guys.
Other consumer news, Walmart is warning customers prices are about to go up. They made the announcement this morning. CEO Doug McMillon says they're doing their best to keep prices low, but simply can't eat the extra costs anymore. Even the reduced tariffs announced this week are still hitting hard, they say. Walmart says the price hikes will begin later this month. The company also pulled its profit forecast, citing global economic uncertainty.
And how would you like to eat cookies to lose weight?
Italian researchers have developed a cookie that seems to act like Ozempic. They extracted a compound from the wormwood plant, which seems to trigger the gut in a similar way to weight loss injections. They then mix that with dark chocolate, which has similar properties, to make cookies. Volunteers said they felt full, and blood tests showed an increase in the hormone levels associated with fullness. A full clinical trial is now planned, and a possible commercial release of the cookies. Vicki Barker, CBS News, London.
I think we all lit up in the studio.
I just heard
this.
chocolate.
Yeah. All right.
Cookies. Yeah.
Cookies. That's what Sully is saying.
Oh, my goodness. It's 8:23. Time for traffic. We do that every 10 minutes. And Sully is at the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk.
And Cookie Monster is kind of an idol of mine. Looking at southbound 99 and northbound 99, getting around the Aurora Bridge, we have big-time delays. We've been working a crash that's been impacting both directions at the north end of the bridge. Right now, it looks like just the far right lane of either direction is getting by. Going past this crash, and so there is a significant backup. We're talking well before Green Lake coming down 99, so that is a really, really tough drive. If you have a way to bail, I wouldn't try, getting off at 45th and trying to come down I-5. That's going to be bumper to bumper the whole way through Fremont and Wallingford. So, I wouldn't chance it. But, big delays on 99 today. The rest of the map, trying to get better. We're not quite there yet. Pierce County is cleared out pretty nicely, though. A little bit of yellow left up the hill towards 18 and a little yellow coming up the Valley Freeway through Pacific. But then after that, it's when you really start hitting the brake lights. Federal Way to Seattle, still an hour and 20, but 50 of those minutes are from South Center, and the West Seattle Bridge is jammed up all the way. So that's not going to be great. The Valley Freeway back to about 50 minutes total from Puyallup to Renton. Over 30, though, from Auburn. And then Renton to Bellevue's under 50, though we are picking up some more brake lights over the top of I-90. Speaking of I-90, it's not too bad today. Westbound, you're going to see some breaks middle of the lake over towards Mount Baker. But all in all, 25 minutes or less on I-90 and 20 minutes on 520. Coming down from the north end, about an hour and 15-minute trip still from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. This report brought to you by Beacon Plumbing. For all your heating, electrical, septic, mechanical needs. Stop freaking and call Beacon.
It's 49 in Seattle right now. Rain by the afternoon, a high in the mid-50s. Sully has a choke point coming up.
Have you ever seen 10 or 12 people standing around a job site and wondering, why aren't they working? I know none of us have ever seen that. I'm going to answer a choke point from Tommy, who saw that happen last week, and I found out what they were doing standing around.
This is Seattle's Morning News.
This hour is brought to you by WaFd Bank.
The John Curley Show.
They call him Reggie Smiley Wilson. How many years did you drive a Metro bus?
36 years.
You were the guy that had a smile sign. When people came on, you say smile, you do jokes.
That bus is reality. And everybody needs to know that, hey, man, my reality is no different from yours because I got to eat, I got to sleep, and I got to work. And I think we all want to do it a better way.
Watch The John Curley Show live on YouTube, weekdays 3 to 7, and download the KIRO Newsradio app.
Summer is fast approaching, and it's a great time to get ready for the busy season with help from WaFd Bank.
Remember, Dave, you can get ahead of the game with WaFd Bank and implement services like payment processing so customers can buy through kiosk, mobile, online, contactless, whatever option they want to pay.
And Brad, I've heard that WaFd Bank has the equipment to make tracking transactions and getting paid easier than ever, right?
Right. With industry-leading security and personalized help from dedicated IT support, you can get peace of mind and get back to helping customers. You can also find a variety of business accounts at WaFd to fit your specific needs and a suite of other services to take things to the next level. We have the knowledge, experience, and offerings to make your business goals a reality.
Thanks, Brad. And you can learn more by visiting wafdbank.com or just drop in at your local branch. I think you'll discover why they've been awarded Best Bank by multiple companies many years in a row. WaFd Bank, built for business. Member FDIC.
Summer is on everyone's mind, and many of us ladies, well, you men too, would like to get rid of that extra stubborn fat and address those areas of loose skin like around the waistline, chin, and upper arms. Maybe you've tried the lasers, fat freezing methods, even those new pills, but without getting the results you were hoping for. Introducing ProSculpt, the new one-day instant permanent fat removal and skin tightening treatment. ProSculpt is minimally invasive, performed while you're fully awake, and it's gentle yet powerful. Designed to target the waistline, chin, neck, arms, and thighs, ProSculpt uses FDA-cleared plasma technology to deliver immediate and permanent fat-reducing and skin-tightening results, all in just one visit. Go to ProSculpt.com today to schedule your free consultation, and for a limited time, get $250 off. Feel confident this summer with instant, permanent fat reduction and skin tightening that works for women and men too. ProSculpt.com.
Need a new roof but not in the budget? A new roof doesn't have to break the bank. Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Right now, State Roofing and Exteriors is offering 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's 2 years with no payments while getting the protection your home deserves. But this offer won't last forever. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to get on our summer schedule now. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Lowe's knows that summer starts with Memorial Day deals. Right now, select paint, primer, and stains or buy one, get one 50% off via Visa gift card rebate. Plus, get 2 select 1.5-gallon annuals hanging baskets for just $15. Shop these Memorial Day deals before they're gone. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 5/28. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for details. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Annuals offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27 and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide.
based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Sometimes an identity threat is a ring of professional hackers. And sometimes it's an overworked accountant who forgot to encrypt their connection while sending bank details.
I need a coffee.
And you need LifeLock, because your info is in endless places. It only takes one mistake to expose you to identity theft. LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second. If your identity is stolen, we'll fix it, guaranteed, or your money back. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
One of the greatest bands in rock history, The Who, present The Song Is Over, the North American Farewell Tour. See Pete Townsend and Roger Daltrey, The Who, performing at Climate Pledge Arena September 25th. Pre-sale for City Card members begins Tuesday at 10 a.m. at livenation.com. The Who, for the very last time. The song is over. For more, visit thewho.com.
At Kia of Everett, we make the process of buying your new Kia as exciting as driving it home. The best drive you'll ever take is to Kia of Everett. Simple, easy, fun.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 8:31, and we start with police body cam video of last week's officer-involved shooting in Paulsbo just now being released.
Police shot the suspect after he appeared to lunge at them with a knife. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is here with audio from that body cam footage.
This happened back on May 7th. Officers stopped 41-year-old Justin Mogling at Viking Way in Nordic Cove. That's less than a mile east of Highway 3. And seconds later, deputies say the suspect got out of his car.
Hey, he's exiting. Get your hands up now! Hey, he's got a knife. Back up. Hey, watch out. I'm going to pepper ball.
Moments after that, more pepper balls, and you can hear one officer try to de-escalate the situation.
Open knife, or you're going to get shot. You're going to get shot. Drop the fucking knife, dude. Please. Hey, brother, we don't want to do this, man. Hey, my name is... What's your name? Get covered now. What's your name, buddy? Hey, stop.
However, next, officers tased the suspect twice, and on video, the suspect then appears to lunge forward with the knife in his hand anyway, and that's when police say they opened fire. Investigators say the suspect later died. One Poulsbo police officer and one Kitsap County deputy, both 28 years old, are now on leave. State investigators are now looking into what happened there. Meantime, Charlie and Manda, there's been another officer-involved shooting overnight not too far away in a Fred Meyer's parking lot in Bremerton involving deputies and state troopers. We have all those details on mynorthwest.com. That suspect in that case is in stable condition.
Okay, thank you, Luke. It's 8:32. A serial robber strikes again. Seattle police and the FBI say the woman robbed a U.S. bank on McGraw Street in Magnolia on Monday. KIRO 7 TV's Samantha Lomibau reports the suspect is believed to have robbed at least 7 banks since June of last year.
Video of the suspect showing her at a Home Street bank in Madison Park on March 18th, wearing sunglasses and a beanie. Before that, police say she robbed banks in January, November, October, September, and June throughout the city. Each time, she's got a different look. But people I spoke with say those disguises won't last long.
Sooner or later, she will get caught.
The FBI says she's stolen a total of about 7,500 so far.
Some new data from the Puget Sound Auto Theft Task Force shows the number of stolen cars is actually decreasing in King and Pierce counties. 735 were stolen in King County last month, 204 in Pierce County. The task force recovered 14 cars and arrested 7 people.
Okay, it's time to fire up the video stream right now, either on mynorthwest.com. You can go to the app and pull it on your phone, or go to YouTube. We're streaming there. Sully is going to have a choke point. We've got a picture we're going to show you of what he's talking about. So this is the time to fire that up. We'll talk about it after we check the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk.
And I've got my eyes on the Aurora Bridge right now. We are at an all-stop northbound, and just one lane opens southbound at the very north end of the Aurora Bridge because of a crash that they've been working on. Right now, I think they're trying to reopen one more lane northbound. But right now, a quick all-stop as they're kind of jockeying around some of the fire trucks and whatnot. But either way, we have big-time delays in both directions of 99. getting in and around the Aurora Bridge, but this crash is at the far north end. Once you get through that, it's an okay drive wherever you're going on 99. But yeah, pretty brutal there. Tacoma to Federal Way, back down to about 20 minutes, so that's pretty good. Federal Way to Seattle's an hour and 20. Still a 50-minute thing to break, working your way from South Center into downtown. Just not moving there in the usual suspect locations. Renton to Bellevue, we've got about a 50-minute trip as well. Valley Freeway trying to get better. It's back under 30 minutes out of Auburn, but not by much. 50 minutes or less from Puyallup. Out of the north end, still about an hour and 10 from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. And the lake bridges are hanging in there. Not too bad at about 22 minutes for each one. KIRO Newsradio real-time traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
And our forecast, nothing too threatening, but we will likely see showers by afternoon. Some peaks of sunshine before then, 56. Tomorrow looks pretty much the same, but the showers will come in the morning hours and partial clearing for the afternoon. Saturday, it looks pretty wet. We're going to see steady rain and a high of 57. It's 51 in Seattle right now.
Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Hey, oh, let's go.
Now, Choke Points with Chris Sullivan.
Presented by Carter Subaru.
We've all seen it before. So many jokes start this way, with a bunch of construction workers standing around a job site watching one person doing the work.
All right, Sully. So a listener asked you about that exact situation last week, and you found the answer.
Yes, I did. Tommy hit me up on the text line last week. He saw this happening at Scatter Creek Rest Area on I-5, just north of Grand Mound. He sent me some pictures and asked me what I could find out. You can see the picture now up on our YouTube page. For those that are watching and listening in your car, it basically shows about a dozen people, most of them in reflective WSDOT vests, all watching one person kind of working in this grassy area in a very unpopulated area of the rest area. And so Tommy asked me what I could find out. He was a little upset that he saw so many public employees who appeared to just kind of be hanging out when maybe they could have been working. Again, we've all seen this thing before, and we all kind of wonder really what's going on here. So I was like, okay, I'll check it out for you. I told him my first initial thought was maybe there might be some training going on. Maybe they're having a quick little site visit, something like that. But I reached out to WSDOT, and it turns out WSDOT was testing a new multifunctional lawnmower that also sweeps and plows bike lanes. It was kind of a hands-on demonstration testing, also including a remote-controlled lawnmower. So any of the members of the WSDOT team who work on maintenance in that area were asked to show up and check it out, get their hands on it, see what they thought about it, because WSDOT wanted to get the feedback from its workers who would actually be using it to see if it would be a good idea to buy it. So, yes, this was a training session, and while they may have looked to be standing around, they were all kind of waiting their turn to get their hands on this new equipment and check it out. Now, why did I do something kind of as silly as this? Because it's not silly.
It's not silly
at all. It's not silly. That's
Sully.
the way I want Choke Points to work.
Yeah.
Is that I will take any question, big or small. Tommy hit me up on the text line, and I said, hey, could you send me the pictures to my email? He sent them to me on my email. I interacted with him a little bit to try to find out, okay, where, when, what, how, so that way I could try to direct it to the right agency. And that's how I want it to work. It doesn't have to be moving heaven and earth and some giant philosophical question. It can be, why is there a stop sign at this intersection? Why are there people hanging out? I'll find out the answer. You don't think I can.
I know
but
you
I
deliver.
will in most cases. And if I can't, I'll tell you that too. But I love just answering the simplest of questions because I've got ways to find out when the public generally doesn't because of my relationships and contacts in the transportation industry.
Okay, so could you ask WSDOT a question for me?
Certainly.
Could they loan out this remote control lawnmower for my place?
The answer is no. I can tell you that right now. The answer is no.
I thought you said you would ask them for me.
Oh, I will, but I know the answer. Some things I know the answers to in advance of asking the question. But yes, just like I'm not going to ask them to let you use their graffiti drone to take down, to paint your house. I'm not going to let them do that.
Oh, well, but now your tune has changed, Sully.
I mean, if you want me to, I can ask, but that might not be a great use of a person's time at WSDOT for me to get an answer that I already know. And I just gave you the answer, see?
So there you go.
But no, if you want me to, I will check it out.
Okay.
Yeah, they use these remote mowers in a lot of places. They
sound
can't go
pretty
up and
cool.
down the hills because, if you tried to do it by hand, it'd be very dangerous.
Yeah.
So this one was more. That one is kind of tethered that they used before. If I remember the last time I said a demonstration, this one also does a variety of different things. So yeah, new piece of equipment. They're checking it out. So. While they were kind of standing around, it was a training session. So we all kind of go through those at our office. How many times are we doing things in our meetings when it's a training session? We're not all doing the training at the same time.
Well, and I think if people watch on YouTube the fishbowl shot where we're all just kind of walking around here, they're like, wait, are they just standing around waiting to read the news?
Pretty much.
Yeah, because we've already done all the work when the video wasn't on.
Right.
Yes.
By the time we're in this studio, we are dialed in. Dialed in.
Totally.
Well, we do check traffic every 3 minutes, and that's 3 minutes away. So what's coming up?
We're going to talk about what's going on the Aurora Bridge. A crash there impacting both directions, so we'll talk about it coming up next.
Winners of 3 2025 Regional Edward R. Murrow Awards, including feature reporting.
The graffiti along Seattle roadways is the worst I've ever seen it. KIRO Newsradio's Nate Connors and I set some parameters. I drove. Every click you hear is Nate counting a tag that dephases the public property you and I pay for.
We thank you. We are the Northwest leading news station because of you, inspiring us every day.
KIRO Newsradio on 97.3 FM.
For many years now, Heritage Homecraft has been making stunning kitchens for the folks of Puget Sound. Hi, Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft. When we resurface your existing cabinet boxes, install custom-built cabinet doors, and tailored quartz countertops, it'll transform any old, outdated kitchen into the showpiece of your home as it ought to be. All done in about a week without the mess, hassle, time, and expense of a complete tear-out. Not a national chain, your new kitchen is designed, created, and installed by a team of dedicated craftspeople who live and work here in the Pacific Northwest. Have one of our professional representatives out for a free in-home consultation. We'll bring the showroom to you and leave you with an exact quote for your new kitchen. I promise you'll be amazed by the quality and transformation. Just ask any one of our thousands of satisfied customers. If you call today, there's still time to have your new kitchen installed before summer. Call today, 425-485-1600, 425-485-1600, or heritagehomecraft.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
G. Scott here with former Seahawk Doug Baldwin. Tell us about Nourishing Champions.
We know the benefits for young people in sports, but we often don't think about the barriers. And one of those barriers is having proper nutrition. So Nourishing Champions, in partnership with Champions of Change and Safeway, is an effort to address those barriers so that our student athletes have what they need to excel both on the field and in the classroom.
High schools can apply for grants up to $25,000 from Nourishing Champions. Learn more at championsofchangefoundation.org/nourishing champions.
It's 8:43, and every 10 minutes on the threes, we check traffic with Sully at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And I'm watching the changing conditions in real time here on the Aurora Bridge. We've got a crash on the north end of the bridge there, the 99. Southbound, they have just reopened a second lane. So 2 lanes southbound, the primary commuting route at this time of day, have reopened. But we're backed up well before Green Lake. So you're talking a significant amount of delay there. Northbound goes from being fully blocked to 1 lane open from time to time because of how they're moving equipment around as they're starting to break up some of the investigation here. But at the current moment, just one northbound lane, the far right lane, is open. So things should be improving southbound just a little bit, but it'll probably take a little while. Northbound I-5 continues to struggle from the middle of Boeing Field on up into downtown, creating a 50-minute trip from South Center into downtown and an hour and 20 still all the way from Federal Way, though it is thinning out past the Kent Des Moines Road, working your way up to the north end. The Valley Freeway is getting better. We're back under 50 minutes from end to end. Still have very heavy braking in Auburn and at the north end because you're tying into the Renton S-curves, which are not really moving very well. About a 48-minute to 50-minute trip to make that drive up to Bellevue. The drive behind that, Olympia to Tacoma, looks good. Most of Pierce County's cleared out. 18 still struggling over Tiger Mountain, and we're still at an hour and 10-minute trip from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
And our forecast today, we will likely see some showers by afternoon. Some peaks of sunshine before then. 56 the high for today. Tomorrow looks like we're going to stay cloudy for your Friday, 58. And Saturday looks pretty wet. Steady rain by afternoon. It's 51 in Seattle right now.
8:45 now, and KIRO News Radio morning editor Katrina Gishard is here. Katrina?
Hey, a major labor shutdown has been avoided. Swire Coca-Cola employees in Western Washington reached a last-minute agreement this morning, preventing a strike that could have disrupted production and distribution across the region. According to KIRO 7 TV, the deal comes after weeks of negotiations over wages, healthcare, and cost of living concerns. The next step is a vote on the contract changes. Now, it's almost time for the summer concert series at Marymore Park in Redmond. The 2025 lineup is out now. More than 20 concerts will be held from May 27th to September 18th. Some of the biggest names include... Of course, that's 311. Others are Iggy Pop, Cypress Hill, Sublime, and Smokey Robinson. The tickets to the shows are available now.
Did you hear that, Sully? Of course. That's 311.
I've never, no idea.
That was leading. I shouldn't have done that.
Okay.
But yes.
I heard of the other four, definitely. By the way, you could take light rail to the Marymore Park if you start in Bellevue.
And by the way, Nick at the board, it's 311, right?
I was just going to say, I think it's 311. Yes, 311.
311.
I'm asleep.
Okay.
Obviously.
Nick and I, of course, were both cool in college radio music, so we know all that 311 stuff.
No, it's 846.
I'm getting very confused now.
Well, to make it even more confusing, G. Scott will stop by the studio next.
Brace yourselves.
Whatever temperatures this summer brings, your friendly and knowledgeable Bryant dealer is ready to help. Your dealer is committed to achieving a high level of training, and skills are backed by outstanding products from one of the industry's most trusted names, Bryant. So whether you need a quick fix or an entirely new cooling system, your local Bryant dealer will do whatever it takes for your family's comfort.
Schedule an appointment today. For a dealer near you, visit BryantNorthwest.com. Bryant, whatever it takes.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
My wife and I have been married for over 15 years, and I've never had any complaints about my performance in the bedroom. But after I turned 40, things started feeling different. I was gaining weight, losing muscle, and I just wasn't interested in sex anymore. My wife told me her friend's husband went through the same thing, and it turns out he had low testosterone. So we booked a free T-check at Revive Health, and that's when I learned that my testosterone levels were low too. We worked with a provider to create a custom treatment plan, and today, my wife and I are having more fun than we did on our honeymoon. My only regret is not reaching out sooner.
If you're ready to book your free T-check,
Visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com or call 206-529-1111. Again, that's 206-529-1111.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Call or click 811 before you dig. Anything that causes you to roll up your sleeves a little and dig in requires you to first connect with 811. Call or click 811 and visit safeexcavator.com.
Seattle's morning news. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime on mynorthwest.com.
And joining us live from the G and Ursula show, which airs 9 to noon right here on KIRO News Radio. G. Scott, good morning, G.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. What's up, Amanda? How you doing? I like that Billie Eilish sweatshirt.
Thank you. My daughter is a super fan.
Yeah. Nice. Nice. What are we talking about today?
Well, there's a little Seahawks schedule out, and week 1 is going to be fun.
Yeah, and I don't like it. I don't like it at all. The fact that the Seahawks are starting off the season with a divisional game, not just a divisional game, but your divisional rival.
Yeah.
The San Francisco 49ers is going to be here at home. Here's what I don't like. The game 1 feels like stepping on a scale after a Sunday of eating full time. You find out the truth. And you don't want to really try out the truth. And by the way, when you find that truth out, you're going to find it out early in the morning after, you know what I'm saying? Anyway, you go find out early in the morning. And this first game, game 1, we Seahawk fans, 12s everywhere, we are going to find out what this team's all about. Not just game 1, but game 1 against the rival. Then you go on the road, clear cross country to play against the Steelers. Now, I know you're thinking, but who's their quarterback? I think it's going to be Aaron Rodgers.
Okay.
Is going to be the quarterback for them. And then another thing that really stands out to me is that you have 2 division games within 4 games, which is Thursday night down in Arizona. So it's good and bad news about the schedule. And let me say it again. The good news is you find out right away. The bad news is you find out right away. Last year, we didn't find out what this team was about until Monday Night Football when they played against the Detroit Lions, and they lost that on Monday Night Football, but we'll see.
Well, if we win the first game or 2, that is something that is going to light us on fire. I'm looking at the positive side here, G.
Okay, yeah, great. I'm looking at the positive side, too, but I just don't like the pressure of game 1. Can you just ramp it up? Like, for an example, for you all, do you want to hear G. Scott at 5 in the morning? Don't you? You know what I mean? Can I be too much for you early in the morning? Some of you all are saying, "Gee, you're too much for me all the time."
That's a great wake-up call.
You know what I mean? Well, that's what game 1 against the divisional rivals. Like, yo, imagine me talking to you at 5 a.m. No, I don't want that.
Speaking of early mornings, I always have a very early morning here. Why in October are we facing off against the Texans at 7 p.m.
Oh, I hadn't seen
Pacific
that one.
time? Is this baseball season?
I'm glad you brought that up. Did you know that Texans game, hopefully not here locally in Seattle because it's a home game, but did you know, DB, that it is going to be on an ESPN Plus paywall? Oh, yes. If you want to watch every single game this season, you say, yeah, I'm a big NFL fan. I'm going to watch every game. It will cost you $1,800. Look it up. $1,800.
Are you kidding me right now?
$1,800 to watch every single game.
Time out. The best way to watch the game is to listen to it on the radio.
There you go.
You can listen on 97.3 KIRO FM.
Free of charge. We won't charge you for you to listen to the game. And for my money, I'm being dead serious when I say this.
No.
I much prefer listening to Rabel call the game anytime to watching it on TV.
Before I go, can I ask y'all a couple questions?
Yeah.
If you're listening right now, do you have that one friend at work that's just a company man? You ever had that that one friend that just says things to be good in front of the boss. This damn Charlie, you can listen to it on the radio. You know the bosses ain't listening right now.
Pete Gross. I've listened since I was a little kid. Love it.
I've been listening to KIRO radio since I was 2 years old. Hey, boss, can I get a raise?
Can I not hear this at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning?
That's up to David.
Oh, I will play it. I believe that.
Oh, wait, one more thing.
We love you.
You guys, I was going through all kinds of stuff. Seahawks schedule, I was balancing. Patriots schedule, I was balancing. My auctioneer schedule, I was balancing. Oh, my goodness. Yesterday was rough. You should see all.
Games are great
Get
on the
to work,
radio.
G.
Sully is at the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk.
And we're still seeing a braking on both directions of 99 at the north end of the Aurora Bridge because of this crash. They're starting to move some of the cars around. 2 lanes are open southbound. Only 1 lane is open northbound. And so big delays there. The rest of the map trying to calm down. We're back under an hour from Everett to Seattle. Still about an hour from Everett to Bellevue. Still an hour and 15 from Federal Way to Seattle, with 50 of those minutes from South Center. 50 also a popular number from Renton on up into Bellevue. Behind that, the Valley Freeway still 30 minutes out of Auburn. This report brought to you by Beacon Plumbing. For all your heating, electrical, septic, mechanical needs, stop freaking and call Beacon.
Why am I suddenly exhausted? That boy is a ball of energy, isn't he? Look for some showers to develop by afternoon. Some peaks of sunshine before then. We're headed for a high of 56 today. 58 tomorrow. Looks like Saturday is going to be a pretty wet day with highs in the upper 50s. 51 right now.
And coming up, it's the G and Ursula Show talking about one Seattle neighborhood getting some much-needed help. That's on the way on KIRO Newsradio.
This is Chris Davis with the Davis Law Group. Did you know that a pedestrian does not have to be crossing the street on a marked crosswalk to have a successful legal claim against the driver? Pedestrians can even be partially at fault for a collision and still have a valuable claim. Call us today for a free consultation or get my free book on pedestrian accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com. That's Davis Law Group, better service and even better results.
KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
Welcome to this week's Puget Sound Express Whale Report. Big's killer whales and humpback whales are stealing the show on the Salish Sea right now, according to naturalists at Puget Sound Express. A large mixed group of orcas consisting of the T100B, T100E, and T124A families have been touring the Puget Sound, hunting seals, sea lions, and porpoises. Many other orca families are also currently inland. Additionally, migrating humpback whales have returned. Each year, dozens of these amazing whales come into our waters to feed. Recent sightings have included humpbacks known as scuba, divot, and crackle. Family-run Puget Sound Express offers daily guaranteed whale watching tours departing from Edmonds. These half-day tours are Seattle's most popular and well-reviewed whale tours. Puget Sound Express also offers tours out of beautiful Port Townsend and Port Angeles on the Olympic Peninsula. Don't miss out on your chance to see whales in the wild. Family-run Puget Sound Express guarantees you'll see whales or your next trip is absolutely free. Book online at PugetSoundExpress.com.
You're losing your hair and you simply need a solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, maybe all 3 like I had. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, Advanced Hair is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. Right now, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that redefined hair restoration.